Hello. Oh, Why do I look so disheveled? Ugh. I've got a fan going. My biggest fan. Ha 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 ha. XD. I'm naughty. Oh, much better. Music go down. Hey Siri, turn music down. Thank you. Nice. Amethyst, bowl time. Bowls. Bowls, bowls, bowls. Core, nice bowls. How's it going? And Jedem. Oh, days stream at a reasonable hour. No way. I know, it's crazy. It's mental. Absolutely unprecedented. In these unprecedented times. Mr. D, hello, hello. And Ite, how is it going? I'm going pretty well. I've had a pretty chill one. It's about to get a bit more less chill. I might even like up my brightness. No, maybe it's a bit fucking. You know what? Fuck it. We do it. We do it. We go down. No, there, down. Brightness across, and then no, across, and then up to 10. Oh yeah. Yeah, and maybe I'll turn my night light off actually. Display settings. Night light off. Oh wow, that's really blue. But I guess that's a white light, so. Yeah. Whisper S, when are we going to see the next devlog for the main Prismatica game? You know what? That's a great question. It will actually be sooner rather than later. Kind of. It is actually in the... It's in the pipeline. There's just like a lot of... Essentially, it will be like season 2 of the devlogs. So it'll kind of be starting from scratch. Or from scratch. It's not actually from scratch, but it will just be covering all of the kind of ground up, you know, game stuff again. So going through character movement, why I'm doing it differently this time, and all that kind of stuff. And then going to, like, you know, general game architecture, like how I want to set up the structure of the code base. So it'll be a bit more it'll be a little bit more informative. It'll be a little bit less I don't know, chaotic. The old devlog series was very much like, oh, look at this cool thing I did. You know, I'm so proud of myself. And, you know, I was just like a cute noob. But this next time around, it will be more like, hey, like, I'm actually building a game and, like, a set of, you know, like a game framework. And I also want to dick around with, like, open sourcing stuff. So, like, for example, there's a lot of, like, marketplace asset template shit that's like, oh, like, first-person shooter template asset, or, you know, Diablo clone template, that kind of stuff. But I think when it comes to, like, people that... Let's say, like, you really like Kenshi. You know, like, it's this huge world simulation. It's really kind of in-depth. There's a lot of, like, stuff kind of happening off-screen. or like you like RimWorld and you like the sort of depth that all the characters have, and like, you know, all the items are like kind of unique and whatnot. There's like literally nothing about anything like that on the internet about like, oh, what's a good structure to, you know, have items that can be interacted with in like multiple different ways. Like, you know, there's like a chicken character or a chicken entity that, you know, it can like go around the world and it's like doing chicken things, but then you can like pick the chicken up and put it in a backpack, and then there's a chicken in the backpack. Like, how do you handle that kind of thing? So I'll be covering like how I intend to solve all of that stuff, and then go over some of the, not like a step-by-step implementation, but a very like an overview in kind of like almost like pseudo code, but like I'll actually show some of the code and whatnot. But yeah, just things like that. Tends to put too many chickens in my backpack. True. Actually, speaking of chickens, I probably need to lock mine up at some point, unless someone else did. But yeah, so I kind of want to build like a game framework that is like open source, that like people can use parts of, or essentially just like make their own like reskinned Prismatica kind of thing, or, you know, just like see how things, like use it as like a reference point. Because I think, imagine like being able to like play a finished game and it's like, oh my god, yeah, this game's so cool. But then you could just like literally open up the game in the engine it was created in and just like see how it all works. That's kind of the end goal. But there's obviously a lot of things to consider before that. Like, you know, before I actually commit to that. But yeah. Got a small material. Have a top-down game similar angle to previous interaction plugin demo. Have a plane placed on the floor facing up. I want the UV of used texture to rotate always facing the camera. Try printing camera vector in material, but it gives different results printing the camera when it's world rotation or forward vector. You might be... Does it need to be a 2D texture, or can it be like a spherically projected texture? Because you could use like the reflection vector. Otherwise, you could literally just use the screen coordinates. But I think what you mean is that you don't necessarily want it to stay in the same position on camera. You just want it to be rotated to the camera's vector. So yeah, I don't know. One question: whether you consider going for a procedural world using some, for example, voxel plugging or some Valheim functionality style. I've considered it, but I think in the end I'll be using procedural tools. But the world will be like static, you know, like in the final product, with maybe like some things randomized, but the overall layout and everything will be like kind of set in stone. But I do want to program the ability to add roads and towns and, you know, like new foresting sites or new mines and that kind of thing just on the fly. So like if a town gets completely wiped out, maybe they like rebuild somewhere else, you know. Because the idea is that the world simulation will be constantly changing and things will be happening and, you know, towns will get raided or towns will get impoverished, or there'll be like a plague, and you know, the player can influence all of this stuff and like help them out or cause these kind of things. So it will almost like proceduralize itself in a way. Like, you might leave a town, go do some stuff, come back to, like, you know, maybe like someone asks you, oh, I left my XYZ in the forest, you know, when I got attacked by a bear, could you go and get it? And so you go and get it, and then you come back to get your reward, but everyone's got, you know, everyone's sick, or the town's being held by bandits or something. So, like, it, rather than, like in Valheim, you're constantly traveling, and you encounter new things. Valheim's pretty, like, one note. But let's say, like, Minecraft, if you keep traveling, you encounter more things, but when you revisit an existing place, it's the exact same. So I kind of want to flip that the other way, where it's like, it's the same places, but they're constantly changing and evolving and that kind of thing. But yeah, voxel plugin sounds hard to work with in terms of, like, navigation and spawning and all that kind of stuff. But, yeah. To this video, I don't care about clipping edges. Yeah, so if it's a big plane and you want it to be... yeah, you could try, like, a cube map on it. Or you could... You could get the XY world coordinates. Oh no, because you wouldn't be able to rotate them around a point. Oh, you could rotate them around the camera. There might be some functions for... Just look up, like, camera aligned or something. Or, like, just look up camera or view or clip space in the material editor. There might be some material functions that kind of do that. Redding Rays, hello, how you doing? Welcome. Hi, Prismatica, I just put 5k into your game devs are retarded, and only I can make games great again. Go found me. You are so right about what you said. Thanks, Frederick. I appreciate it. I'm glad that I'm glad that we have the same views, you know. Imagine if someone did that. Isn't that kind of... I don't want to, like... I don't want to, like, beef a bit, but... I'm sure you guys have heard of, like, Threat Interactive on YouTube. Makes, like... I do like some of Threat Interactive's videos about the... like, the frame breakdown videos. I think they're very informative. I think some of them are a bit abrasive, or, like... kind of like what you're saying, Frederick. Like, you know, the Unreal Engine devs have no clue what they're doing, and blah, 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 but I'd be able to fix it. So, like, give me money and I'll make, like, a separate branch of Unreal Engine, and it will, like, you know, make Unreal great again. Which, like, I understand. I wouldn't necessarily go that route, because it's, you know, Yeah. But, wait, you guys have a clue? I've got a very tiny inkling. He even blocked Krim on Twitter. Did he really? That's funny. That is funny. I mean, honestly, I think if the videos were a little bit less confrontational, or like, I don't think they're necessarily like smug, but I think if the videos were like, hey, this is like, you know, this is like, you know, an example of how nanite can actually decrease performance because of these reasons, and, you know, like, the reason nanite exists is for like this workflow, but traditional rendering has these pros, but it also has these cons and all that kind of stuff. I think if it was a bit more like, a little bit more like presenting facts or presenting a more balanced viewpoint, and then let people, you know, make up their own minds, then, you know, I don't think people would have as much of an issue with the videos. But I feel like the videos are kind of telling, they're like telling you, like, there's no question about it. Like, nanite is bad, and like it's a waste of time, and like the Unreal devs have no clue what they're doing, and they're like forcing people to use nanite, which like isn't the case. Like, I've literally turned on none of the new features in UE5. Like, I don't use nanite, lumen, virtual shadow maps. I use meta sounds, which is perfectly fine. I'll be using mutable plugin, which is more of like a workflow thing than an actual rendering whatever. I use temporal anti-aliasing, you know. I use TAA. Obviously, I don't have like a realistic style, but yeah. Believe it or not, you don't have to use the new feature. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think, and obviously, like, I think, I don't know. I've seen it a lot, and I've like I've had like people that have been like getting into like, you know, making content and whatnot, and like a few smaller creators, like just in like, you know, video game sphere, that they're like just starting out, and like their first few videos do like really well because they're like on a specific topic, and so they get pigeonholed into this, like, oh, people only watch me for this specific thing. And so as soon as they start doing something that they actually want to do, you know, not just something that, you know, will kind of guarantee views and whatnot, then they get, like, really disappointed because, like, not as many people watch that thing, because it's not really why they subscribe to the channel or why they, you know, what they were interested in the first place. So I think there's like definitely that, like, you know, he's made some videos talking about optimization, blah, 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 but then like some of the ones that like really did well were like the, you know, the nanite and the TAA, and I can't remember what else he's done, which like popped off because, you know, people love drama. And they love the us versus them, you know, dynamic. And they love the confirmation bias of like, oh, like, you know, yeah, I knew nanite was like too good to be true, or I knew nanite was like horse shit, or like, oh, I noticed my game's running, you know, 20 FPS lower, and like, you know, it was nanite all along, and like, you know, blah 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 blah. Thumbnail warfare. True. But, yeah, I forget where I was going. But, I don't know. I think people get sucked in to, like, drama. Even if that drama is, like, about rendering technology. It's like, fuck, like, you know. It's not something that needs to be, like, defended, you know? Like, you can't be a fan of, or you shouldn't be a fan of Unreal Engine, or you shouldn't be a fan of virtualized geometry and virtualized texturing and shadows and whatever. It's like, yeah, it's cool. It's an option. You can use it. You can blah, blah, blah. But, yeah. That being said, I do think the Unreal Engine team do have some, like a lot of cleaning up to do. Because it does seem like they implement a feature, and it's a cool feature. A good example is, like, runtime virtual textures, right? Runtime virtual textures, super cool, super easy, super performant, but it's just, like, unfinished, you know? It's like, okay, yeah, like, I love RVTs, I love the optimizations you can do with them, I love that you can just, like, print things to it, you know, arbitrarily, without having to, like, render a static texture for the entire fucking world. But then it's like, okay, well, now I want to make a world that is, like, 100 kilometers big. It's like, okay, well, RVT's, like, you know, kind of struggle with that, and, like, you have to do some, like, workarounds and all that kind of stuff. And so it just hasn't caught up. But everyone, well, at least a lot of people rely on runtime virtual textures because it's so handy and it's so, you know, you can do so much stuff with it. But then they just never, like, they get it to a state where it's like, okay, yeah, it works, but then they never touch it again. And it's like, well, you know, there's bugs like, you know, Niagara particle systems can't correctly read from an RVT, color channel if it's using the YCOCG compression method, which gets rid of all the banding. And it's like, well, you know, when are they gonna fix that? Like, are we ever gonna see that fixed and whatnot? Because that's why Prismatiscape isn't updated, because I'm just fucking waiting on that so I can do the fucking rivers properly. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, long story short, Unreal Engine team not perfect. That's it. Everything has, like, ups and downs, pros and cons. And people like to make content that people will watch, that lots of people will watch. And yeah, I mean, if you make some drama, or you kind of, like, have, like, you know, this is the right way to do something, and I'm telling you this is the right way to do something, and these people are stupid, and here's why, then people will watch, because people want to be on the winning side. They want to be informed. They want to whatever. But yeah. I think the main problem is documentation guidance on how to make all these things work well. For example, Lumen, it works like shit by default, but there's a lot of console commands to improve things, but you can't find out how to optimize Lumen anyway. Yeah, exactly. And, like, you have to rely on YouTube tutorials or just word of mouth to fix a lot of stuff. Do you have access to UDN to talk with Epic directly? No, I don't know what UDN is. I have, like, literally zero affiliation with Epic, like, whatsoever. Like, they've never reached out to me. Except, I mean, some individual engine developers have been like, hey, man, like, we all fucking love your stuff, and, like, you know, we, like, use all your videos to, like, you know, for people to reference and whatever. Like people that ask them questions, they'll just be like, "Oh yeah, watch this video," you know, kind of palm them off to me. But yeah, literally, apart from that, I've never had any contact with Epic. Nor do I really want to. I don't really want to be... I don't know. I don't want to be beholden. I don't want to be beholden to any entity other than myself. I'm a very unbiased person. Whether if you're in there gatekeepers and shit talkers, I mean, yeah. I mean, gatekeepers and shit talkers are like everywhere, but I don't think they know anything. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I guess once you're like on the engine team, you might kind of get a big head about some things, but it definitely comes down to the individual. So there's so many hidden improvements. Oh, with the console commands? Yeah. Right, how do I want to start this? Let's go here. Why? What? No, I'm back. I'm back. Hello? 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 Am I back? Am I back? Why does that... What the... Why does this happen? Maybe I should update OBS. Is it the internet? Is it my internet or is it OBS? My internet's running really slowly right now, so I'm guessing it is actually the internet that cuts out. Because OBS doesn't crash. It just says, hey, we fucked up. Is that going to split the VOD? Are you going to split the VOD? Are you going to split the... No, okay. 35 minutes ago. Okay, no, we're fine, we're fine. Alright, seems like we're okay. Although my stream bitrate is like dicking. Maddie, what do you do for a living? I do this for a living. Funnily enough. An Unreal Engine plugin, which also is good. Davey, about the fur shader tutorial coming out, is that the right approach for it in games? I think I will do a video. That's actually a good idea. I will do a video about fur and hair and how I kind of do it. Because there are a lot of... You can use like the, you know, the particle hair and all that kind of stuff, but it's a bit like, it's a bit crazy. I'd rather just do simple card stuff with like bone physics. Highly politically, ideologically driven. To say the wrong thing, these guys start talking mad trash. Well, I don't know. Yeah, you know. Some people are just like that. Some people will I don't know, take everything personally, or be a bit, I don't know, a bit black and white with that kind of thing. Alright, intro video. What is the goal? Oh, actually, okay, what is a modular character? What our goal? Our goals, or my goals? No, our goals. Our goals are one character model for all, or a universal character model. We will be looking at different methods of creating / repurposing assets. I probably need to, like... Okay, you know what? Let's push all these back here. Universal character model. Different methods of creating and repurposing assets. We've got retopo of asset packs. Well, I guess refitting asset pack clothing, and then retopo / bake. We also have a decimation. We also have a I don't know. What's the other method of doing clothing? Retopo / bake, decimation. Yeah, well, blend shapes for MF, fat, skinny, muscly, muscle / weak, face blending. Bone-driven face. Unreal Engine's the best experience I had. Start making a game. I had absolutely no idea how to code. Now I have a game on Steam. Blueprints and Unreal Engine was a godsend to me. I agree. That's exactly... It's like the only reason that I got into game dev was like Unreal seemed actually approachable because of the blueprint and whatnot. Is any engine UE is good as long as you face a wall that you can't get over? For example, huge bug in RVT system that your whole project rely on. Sometimes those bugs are piling up, heavily slowing you down as you have to wait. Sometimes you have to wait for years. Yeah. Yes. While this ad's playing, I'm just gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Hello, I'm back. What is a modular character? Oh, intro video. No, what is a modular character? That's why. Why is a modular character? We're going to be using Unreal Engine, Mutable, Plugin, Blender, Unreal Engine, Mutable, Plugin, Blender. Yeah, Blender. Different methods of creating repos, assets, refitting. Well, and then that. Different methods. We can also do template or base mesh extrusion templation. And then set leader post component could be relevant for people not using Mutable plugin. Yeah, but we're gonna focus on. This is actually good. Performance is a big one. And master pose. I will mention it and show how it works, because it can be handy for like specific things, like, oh, I have like a translucent, you know, helmet or something that obviously can't be merged into the main character, because it would, well, Mutable can do that, but yeah, as an example, there'll be reasons that master pose can be handy. So I will cover it, but it won't be like a big kind of tangent that I go on. So performance, skeletal mesh merging. Shared material, etc. Or one shared material. Bone-driven face, universal character model. So our goals, performance. So that's scaling, mesh, merging, blah, blah, blah. Bone-driven face. Which is for procedural stuff. Eyes, head. I mean, usually the eyes would be bones anyway, but procedural stuff, easy customization / randomization. Performant works with merging. Universal character model to reduce or to eliminate repeat asset creation. Egg, no, male, verse, femme, clothing, diff. This is just getting like more and more zoomed out, isn't it? Different methods of creating purpose, refitting asset pack clothing using retopo / bake and or decimation. Or manual decimation. Base mesh extrusion templation, which can then result in just poly modeling and texturing, or sculpting, baking and texturing, or bake from multi-res and texturing. I might also do like a, before we go into this series, blah, blah, blah. You know, kind of like what the presumptions are. So like, yeah. Why is that not? Does that not actually... Oh god, what the fuck? It's so cursed. Alright, goals are performance. So we're going to be using scaling mesh merging. We're going to be using one material per character. We're going to be using the Prismatica. Using quad remesh of a quick 30-degree topo sometimes. Yeah, I've seen some examples of that, and yeah, it seems very... It seems like it does a really good job for like a starting point. I personally tend to do things by hand, but quad remesher would be like... I will mention quad remesher. I also don't know... So like you guys probably know Retoper Flow, right? Or Retopper Flow. Which they actually do. This is like a little secret, but Retopper Flow, you can just download it from their GitHub for free, like free and open source. But they also sell it on the marketplace for like $40 or $30 or something for like a personal license. But I don't know whether I want to mention that in my video. Do you know what I mean? Like, is it kind of a dog move? Well, I guess they're people that probably weren't going to be using Retopper Flow anyway. Therefore, I'm technically pointing more people towards Retopper Flow. And then of those people that find it useful, they would donate, or like by purchasing it on the marketplace. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like the piracy conundrum. It's like these people weren't gonna buy your game anyway. So, like, why not just fucking let them have it for free, you know? Obviously, that's not a perfect example, but yeah. A lot of blended devs tend to price on Marketplace, but giving source freely, usually licensing through Marketplace. Yeah. Because I guess, like, Blender is free and open source. I think a lot of the plugin devs tend to lean in that kind of spirit as well. I know there's like some, like, again, like quad remesher. They do quad remesher for like heaps of different platforms. But yeah. Make more public if they tend for more people to see the... Yeah, that's true. But I also don't want to... I don't want to be like, hey, here's this like series that we're doing, and I'm using this tool, but you'll have to buy this tool if you want to keep up, you know? But yeah, am I really jeopardizing sales? It's not like the video is, hey everyone, just letting you know, like, Retopaflow is free if you know, look on their GitHub. It's just like, hey, here's this big video. By the way, I'm using Retopaflow, you know, which you can purchase on the marketplace or find on their GitHub. You know, or like, I might just say, like, you can trial it. You know, you can trial it by downloading it from, you know, their open source GitHub. But just, like, make sure before you ship your project that, you know, you buy a license for it or something. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I don't even tend to use it very much. I mean, I probably will be using it if we, like, have a sculpt and I'm showing people... Because, like, there's intro video, but let me just go down. Because I do want to cover things like why is topology important, you know, and why is clean topology? What are the benefits of... What's the cost-benefit scenario for, like, having good topology on a character? Video, what we are doing and why. Alright, intro to our master character. Or should I maybe call it making a master character? Future updates to Retopaflow funded by Blender Market purchases, and we provide top priority support through the Blender Market. However, we also made Retopaflow accessible on Retopaflow's GitHub page, especially for students, teachers that are using Retopaflow for educational purposes. Code for Retopaflow is open source under the GPL. 3 of the non-code assets in this repository are not. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, it is fairly easy to do it without it, with just shrink wrap and, you know, the F button. But like Frederick said, like, that's on their GitHub page, and it is technically for students and teachers. Because, like, again, if they didn't want people to use the GitHub version, they'd make the repository private, you know? And I don't think I'll be driving sales away from them. If anything, I'll be driving sales towards them, because, you know, X amount of people probably haven't heard of it. And now they know about it, and then they have a chance to you know, to donate or to, you know, buy it on the marketplace. Plus, we prefer the convenience of buying it than get... Yeah, exactly. And also the support, like the fact that they offer support to license holders. Yeah. The purchase of Dover from their own website on the Git leads to a dead link. It's like they just don't want to sell it. But yeah, I guess we'll tackle that when we get to it. I know that I know Mizu was using some kind of topologizer plugin. What was it called? Like B something, B lines, B curves. I can't remember. I could only see it like up in the top corner. One AI retopology tool, yeah, it's like the only thing I actually want AI for retopology and UVs. Yeah, literally. That's like the one useful thing that AI could do. Honestly, I don't know why they're not investing into that, because a lot of the... If you look at like the AI like mesh 3D model generators, the topology is just like arse. It's essentially just like a point cloud, or like it looks, because it's obviously all trained on photo scans, pretty much. You essentially get a photo scan out of the, out of the AI. And so the first thing I was thinking, like, why the fuck haven't they trained the AI to then apply proper topology, like do a topology thingo? Yeah. B surface, that was it. Yeah, there's a lot of different 3D model generators. I've like tested some out to just see like where they're at. Some of them are like not terrible. Meshy, which is working on doing proper topology. Okay. Yeah, if they could like train that to remesh, a sculpt that you've done. Because obviously quad remesher is just using like math and like algorithms and whatnot. And potentially, I don't know if it uses armature or like bones to influence like where is a leg and where things join and that kind of stuff. I also don't know how deep I want to go into make a master character, blah, blah, blah. Start with UE5 mannequin. So we're going to start with UE5 mannequin. We're going to do a remesh. Or do I just want to use my character? No, I guess no, it's good to... if you don't already have a base character... Well, okay, let's make a master character. People can just get... There's like fucking tons of free, marketplace assets that have like a base character. I don't know how I want to kind of structure this. Because obviously doing a series like this, it is very like, we do this and then we do that, and you need to know this before you do that. Whereas the material series is just like, fucking throw little tidbits out there and people can figure it out as they search for that particular thing. You could harvest from asset pack. You could what's it called? Remesh. Remesh UE5 mannequin and sculpt. What's another method? Oh, you could polymodel. So, step 1 is have a character. Or have a naked character. That's step 1. Step 2 is have good topology. At which point we discuss topology. Why is topo important / how, can I say anal? How pedantic is, or how perfect is too perfect? You know, are we going to be like triangle Nazis, or like, are we just going to be like, you know what? You know what? At some point, there's going to have to be a triangle, you know? How anal is too anal, exactly. The lower, the better. Skinning is... Skinning is expensive. Example of normal baked. Verse sculpt. Because, like, yeah, I feel like a lot of people are like, oh, like, my model needs to be really high poly and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. But if this opens, obviously. You know, you look at this character and you're like, oh my god, like, wow, it's like so detailed. Like, look at all those crazy details. And like, it must be like so high poly, but it's like literally just like... So, I mean, this is like high poly in my eyes for a character. You know, 3,000 verts. It's pretty fucking crazy. 3,000 verts with a face. But, you know, if you look at it compared to this... And without hair. Yeah, exactly. And without clothes. But... You know, even like in a... What the fuck are these keyframes, huh? Why do I have keyframes down there? How do I delete keyframes? Why can I not Control Z? What is happening here? What are these? What the fuck? Get out of here. You're banned. Keyframes are banned. Can I just get rid of this bar while I'm in layout mode? Dope sheet? Hell yeah, that's dope. Can I just close this? Can you just fuck off? Right click? Show no. Show header. No. Oh fuck. Oh god. Undo. It's not gonna undo that, is it? It's gonna... what have I done? shit. Oh, there we go. Close area. There we go. Close area. Cool. Now I'm never gonna accidentally do shit. But yeah. You know what I'm saying? Something, something, anal, something, something. Da, da, da. Yeah, alright. So... blah, 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 blah. So yeah, why is topo important? Da, da, da. The lower the better. Like, how low poly can you get? An example of thingo. Oh yeah, how perfect is too perfect? You know, I'll do that down here as like the last, you know, but with all this being said, da 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 da. So have an echo character, have good topology. Why is topology important? So this is like topology overview, and then actually retopologize. So then we can... So what was the one that Mizu used? B surface. Preferences. B surface. B... Oh, it's in get extensions. B surface is GPL edition. Modeling and retopology stool. Install. It is installed. Very good. So now it is... what's in edit? Oh, it's right here. So if I... Oh wait, I saw the green line for a sec. Oh, you can... Yeah, okay. Oh, add B surface mesh. So this would be... the fucking... Piss off. Hello. Yes, you can... You know what? You can stay there. No, that's a head. Unibody sculpt default. So then we go initialize. And that will create a B surface mesh on this dude. And then how the fuck do I... Can it do, like, cuts and stuff? Oh, right. So you, what, you grease it up and then... I'm confused. Initial settings cross follow. So cross loops on strokes. What, do I need to, like, do it like this? And then do that? No. I'm confused. I'm confused. Offset in front. There. How do you start with it, you know? Except for one area, but there's a reason for the inaccuracy, so you're good. True. For now. There may or may not be bits in the future. Who knows? Yeah, I don't know how this works. Number of polygons will double in UE because going from quads to triangles. Number of faces will increase. Yeah. But the number of verts won't increase. I usually go by vertex count. But yeah, you are. Technically, it would be triangle count. Because the triangles... Even adjacent triangles don't share verts. But yeah. I know, I'm just confused. I don't know how to use it. I need to look up how the frick it works. Let's just delete B surface mesh, and we'll just get out of there. And oh god, what have I done? Can I like... What do you reckon? It could actually be, yes. My microphone going fucky. Alright, you know what? Let me just exit. I'm scared. Maybe to paint grid with grease thingy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how it works exactly. I've used Retopperflow before, which is not easy. Wait, Retopperflow. Invalid add-on folder name. Setup issue source has a source has an armature. Right. So yeah, Retopperflow does a thing. Hello, welcome to the thing. I vaguely know how to do this. I think I can just... Ah, fuck. Is it contours first? I actually forget everything. Control left mouse, double insert contour. Right. It's this. And you do that. And then you say shift mouse wheel. I forget what the twist is, but yeah, you basically do this. And then you say, oh, I want to go from here to here. Oh, to here. And then from here to here. But you can, is it Alt or plus and minus? No, plus and minus? No. Well, I can just do it like this. Just control, bam, da-da-da, cool, sweet. When you get to the wrist, maybe, like, do some shit like this and whatever. There's like an arm kind of setup. Is that a tongue or a finger attached to that? That's a tongue. That's a tongue. Can I add one in the middle? Oh, I can. What a fucking good plugin. I'm glad that I've bought this twice now. No, okay. Then new would be click and then insert. Yeah. Where's like the... Is that it? Like the original... Do you know what I mean? Like mirroring. I guess symmetry is there. X symmetry, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. It doesn't like that. Yeah, Retopperflow, good shit. Oh, that's right. You're supposed to, like, decimate the sculpt to do this. So that it's not looking at, like, a million thingers. How does the polypen work again? If I wanted to do this, I would do... What is it? Control LB. Ah, right. I think I remember. I haven't used this in like quite a long time. I know I can like get that delete faces. And just move them around and they'll always stick? Yeah, they always stick. Oops. It's kind of like doing a different blender, you know? What does this do? I'm confused. It's for topologizing a... Like a high poly character and turning them into like a game ready asset. Because I think that the main thing I want to, I'm going to exit and come back in. The main thing I want to talk about in here topology for utility. So the example would be, can I go to the actual thing? The example that I would use for, utilitarian topology is, if I just get the actual fella, like, we want the character to be as low poly as possible, but at the same time, we need to have our topology set up in a certain way because it's an all-in-one character. And if our character needs to be, like, skinny man, then we want good topology. Actually, I'll just do it with the other one because it has the normal setup. Is that... Oh, no, that's just adding it, isn't it? Yeah, so if we want very low poly topology, but we need it set up in a certain way so that all our blend shapes, can do what they need to do. So, for example, I want the topology to follow the rib cage of the character so that we can maintain the silhouette of the rib cage and, the sunken stomach. And I added, like, an extra loop down the spine so that we could have, like, the spine silhouette and whatever. All that kind of stuff. That butthole's really cursed for some reason, but I will fix that another time. And then in the stomach of the character, I've added, an extra loop around here. Or like an insert loop. So that when the character gets fatter, the stomach isn't really, like, square looking, you know? The same goes for, like, the chest. If we want this to be a universal character, then we need to go from masculine to feminine to, you know, having breasts. But if we didn't have this extra topology here, we'd have, like, Lara Croft kind of, you know, triangle titties going on. So, topology as, like, a tool is going to be, like, one of the focuses. Hopefully it makes topology kind of, like, sexy, you know? Because, like, everyone looks at topology and it's like, oh, I've got to do the fucking topology, blah, blah. And it seems like a very solved problem. But when you've got, like, a specific, you know, need, or, like, a specific character for your specific game, and, you know that characters are never going to be naked, or all of the characters look like this, or, you know, then you can actually make conscious decisions about topology. Let's call that conscious topology. Is that couscous or no? Conscious topology. Or not conscious, but what's it called? Mindful? I don't know. Mindful topology? Or conscious use of topology. Hello. What do you got? Ooh, what's that? Thanks. Amethyst? Amethyst professional streamer? Did anyone catch Amethyst stream the other day? Well, 9 people did. 9 concurrent people did. Yeah. Mm. From France. Okay. Oh, it's already like 10:30. Hmm. Purposeful is a good. Conscious / purposeful. All about skin is expensive. Example of normal is baked versus sculpt. How perfect is too perfect? Yeah. Yeah. If he wants to come in, then he'll come in. That's all good, Jed. It was pretty late. It was like 11 when she started. It was a few days ago. But there will be more. I also have to pee real quick. So, PRB. All right, I'm back. Oh. Alright, actually really apologizing. We can do the shrink wrap version. B surfaces, maybe, and Retopo flow. I don't want to go too deep into like topologizing, because obviously I'm not like, I mean, I am like a Blender person, but like, I don't want to become the Blender guy. Like the Unreal / Blender person. Oh, yeah, right. Master character, having a character, da da da. Need an existing skeleton. Because I don't want to talk about, like, fucking making a skeleton from scratch, you know, with all the bullshit that comes with that. I'm just going to be like, if you know how to make a character, you probably know how to make a skeleton. If you've got an asset pack that you want to use a character as a base mesh, then you've already got a skeleton. If you're using the Unreal 5 default skeleton as a base, then you've got a skeleton, you know. Wait. Painting. Automatic from weight. Automatic weights. Starting point. I'm just gonna go through my method of. I'll say like there are auto painters, but they suck ass, and you need to do manual touch up anyway. We're going to use automatic weights as a starting point. How to paint. No PrismaticaDev? No, sorry. Weight painting. We will talk about... yeah, how I weight paint. Shortcut for... How do I do it? What is my shortcut set up as? It used to be like... Oh, that's the fucking... That one. Why does weight paint look different? Right, mine's shift right click to select the thing with the stuff. What could possibly be there that isn't? Line 03 pressed. Line 03. And where's number 2 coming in? Right. Oh, because you take up some of that. Yeah, true. So yeah, weight painting. Shortcut for select weights. In area. So in a shortcut for select weights in area. Common dick ups, like having 0 weight and stuff. Posing character whilst weight painting. What's the other thing that I always tell people about weight painting and shit? Pose a character while you're weight painting. Oh yeah, mirroring plus what's the thing? Mirroring and auto normalize on. Maybe talk about locking groups as a quick tip. I should also weight painting talk about WTF weight painting does, which also ties into topology when layering clothing. Use the 3 versus 2 joint. 3 versus 2 edge example, which is like an example. You know what? I'll fucking show. We'll do it in real time. I just want to actually see if it does work. Actually, let me just scale it this way. I probably need to talk about, like, Blender shortcuts, right? Like... Well, no, I haven't even talked about fitting clothing and shit. That's in, like, another thing. Also, let me just put this up here. Intro video, da-da-da-da-da. Number 2. This is like a separate thing. I'd probably want to split that into like multiple parts, maybe. Auto replay voxel heat diffuse. True. True. Yeah. Let's do 3 versus 4 is probably a better example. Then we'll just add a little armature. How do I add an armature? There you go. Armature. Here. Edit mode. Give me a bone. That all does. What are these called? This one's called Bone. That's called Bone 001. And then if we go to this and we say, hey, let's parent you to this. Parent. Automatic weights, whatever. So now this should be in theory parented. And I can go to pose mode and turn you. Cool. And then our example is I have this like joint and like I want to like rotate it and whatever. But as you can see, the mesh is clipping through itself because the topology doesn't match. Wow, who would have guessed? So yeah, this does work as a good example. Which is why, if you're working with, like, low poly, you know, characters and stuff, oh, that is some toast. Oh, skinny boy. Yeah, if you're working with characters that are like lower poly, the best way to do clothing is to duplicate and then schmooplicate. You know, get this, select inverse, delete all. Oh, you fuck. Okay, well, shape keys need to die first. Because we're obviously changing topology. Do that, blah, blah, blah. Just cut you in half. Actually, a shirt would probably go down to here, right? You know what? I'll keep that down. We'll go down to about... no, you know what? We'll go to here. And I can pull it down. Scale to Z. Scale to Z. Just cut off the arms, whatever. Who needs arms anyway? Okay, maybe a bit. Fuck. Go to there to there. So yeah, this will be one of the examples I do in the, like, making clothing for modular characters. So then we obviously just get this. I'm just going to kill the material from it. Materials suck dink. We got this guy. We go here. We just expand dong very slightly. The armpits are always a big dick pain. So I'm going to deselect them. And then use proportional editing to bring them in at a slightly less... oh, that's the wrong mode. That should be bounding box center. There we go. Cool. Grab this, yeet it down slightly. Characters, pretty much. Like, wow, look, we have a shirt. We have a cool shirt. Oh, and that was also kind of scuffed, but whatever. So yeah, that'll be a method for starting character and whatnot. Because now, because their topology matches up. In fact, this will even... I mean, down here might be kind of fucked, but if I literally just get the armature... wait, what are you armed to? Oh, hello. There we go. The character will just, like, literally... You know. It'll be one-to-one. There won't be any clipping. Because our topology is... Well, unless we go like this. Then we might get some. But yeah. That's my hot tip. Does Intro and replicate the default UE5 skeleton when making characters of the engine so animation can be swapped in for the marketplace and such? It definitely can be a very good thing to do. Or at least having it as similar as possible to the Unreal skeleton. But yeah, you might need to do retargeting of some sort. Yep. I think I might even just like fucking, I don't know. How many different videos should I split this into? Maybe the weight painting should be a different video. Like, master character model. And then this is master character weighting. Do I want to do like face shit? I mean, it's probably worth talking about faces. And I feel like a lot of people would, you know, would want to know about faces. Oops. It's cursed. What way is this supposed to go? X. There we go. Some face shit only within that context. I feel like most people's games, the characters have faces, you know? Can you... Is this the right character? No, this is the old one. It's pretty much the same. Whatever. You know what I mean? Why? What is, like, causing lag? Or is it just my new CPU? I got a new CPU. And it caused issues. It's really struggling. Oh, is it because the fat man here? Is that the one? No. Where is Fat Man? I bet your Fat Man sculpt is... Yeah, Fat Man sculpt is armature. Yeah, is reacting to armature changes. What's CPU? I got a Ryzen 5900X, which was an upgrade from my 3900X. Because we were building a computer for Amethyst to use when she's here. just out of like spare parts. But I found a 5900X like really cheap. So who's this guy? Oh god, that's terrifying. That's a low poly gun. Yeah, I think I'll just turn them all off armature for now. Cool. Alright, let's go back to what the hell am I doing? This is our dude. With the armature. Let me just change these. Oh god, why can I not select? Oh, I've got a shift select. Clear user transforms. Yeah, I even put like pupil bones in this for some dumb reason. Why would I do that? Who knows? User transforms, blah, 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 blah. What the fuck was I getting at? Oh, can you, like, not arm? There you go. Always find the bicycle. Yeah. It was a whole thing. Got a new 4080 about 5 months ago. Ooh, nice. The close-up cutscenes of characters going... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think going from here, designing master character model, things to keep in mind, blah, 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 blah. I might even... Again, it depends on how overkill some people want to go with their characters, but I might actually advise putting a skeleton inside their character as a reference point, like I did. So that you... Like, as a topology reference, you know? Sounds really stupid, but... It is really stupid. But I mean, obviously it worked quite well. Skelly boy. Hello. Oh my god. Oh my god. External skeleton, mate. Yeah. It'll, the skeleton will come in useful in many ways, I think. I mean, it obviously came in handy doing this, like... I literally just shrink-wrapped a sculpt to the skeleton that was in the character. And it's like, bam, instant emaciation, you know? Terrifying. Yeah, okay, so there's one for, like, creating the model, doing topology, how to harvest one from an asset pack, why you would want to use an existing skeleton, why topology is important, how to use topology for utility's sake, how low poly is, or how high poly is too high poly, obviously depends on the game. Depends on game, project, plus, well, you know, main, NPCs. Lots of enemies, etc. Because, you know, if you're making, like, a main character, and they're the only one that needs to be modular, then you can kind of just go ham with, like, high vertex count, high detail, blah, blah, blah. But if you want to use your main character, you know, your modular character to do all the enemies and all the enemy variations, then you probably just want, you know, you probably only want to do the work once, so you may as well do your character the exact same as the enemies, and then they can just share all their stuff. Right, then actually re-topologizing, shrink wrap version, da-da-da-da-da. And then the Prismatica recommendations. Recommendations. Where do loops go? Where to add extra stuff. How to terminate / what do you call it? Create extra loops. Triangles. Oh, and then I guess baking. Normals. Just for fun. So in the case, Ponytail trying to go how dangly semi-physics things would work. Yeah. That's that'll be something in here in the performance section. I'll also talk about bone-driven face, universal character model, bone-driven hair / danglies / booba / bits and bobs and vagine. No, bits and bobs. Alright, so then video 3. I don't think I'm actually going to film anything today. I think I'm just going to, like, plan all this shit out. There's just so much to, like, do. So master character scanning, weighting, weight painting. Talk about what weight painting does. Basically, Vertex copies the transform offset of all the bones they're weighted to. 4 bones per vertex, stored in UV data. Mention the ties into topology when layering clothing. Use this. What do you use for hair? I use... For actually modeling the hair, I use a plugin called Hair Tool. Hair Tool for Blender. And then for the physics and stuff, I just use Bones. And I do a very coarse... you can see here in this armature that I have these I call it a hair cage. So, and this is because it gets used between all character models and all hairstyles. But essentially, there's just hair bones, which kind of outline, like, general hair positioning. And there's also one on top of the hair. And there's 2 at the sides here. That should really have an extra one as well, but whatever. So I have a hair cage. I think I also had a front one, but I can't see it. Hair cage, which I then... To actually weight the hair nicely, I create like a proxy object which kind of looks like a... if I just got like the scalp of the character around here, probably a good place. It's essentially just like a cone. You know, I can probably just open it up. Hair session? Hair? Hair master session. It's gonna have to update it to 4.3 real quick. Also, I might turn my bitrate up now that the internet's a bit less shit. Okay, so here's a hair. Here's a singular hair with the old character model. But if we look at this hair, just imagine that it's got textures on it as well. So it is just hair cards, and I keep it relatively low poly. I think a hairstyle should be like, yeah, 600 verts or whatever. If we go to weight paint mode, you can see... What the fuck? Oh, is that one not done? Did I not do it? Maybe this is the wrong... Where's the hair? Yeah, no, I think this is the wrong session. Prismatica humanoid, Prismatica character. Prismatica character hair, humanoid hair master session. Is this the one? I think this is the one. So let's take like male generic long messy. Okay, here's a good example. We've got hair. And if we go to weight paint mode, then you can see that it is just like weighted by like general area. So it's not like a single strand has its own bone. There's just this kind of hair cage. And things are kind of just like weighted in their general area. And the way that I do that is I have this hair weight cage that I set up. Which the cage goes pretty much near all of these things. And then on the cage, I do weight painting, and it gets like the armature. It gets like an automatic weight paint thing. And then I just kind of like blob big sections onto this. And then blur them so that they're like nice and, you know, like smoothed out and whatnot. And then once this is all set up, I can just transfer the weights back to the hair, and the hair will be weighted, you know, really nicely. So then if I go like in pose mode, son of a bitch, why are you not? Is that the wrong armature? What are you weighted to? Like, what are you armed to? Are you not even fucking... Do you have armature? You do. Okay, so if we get this pose mode, you can see that like the hair jiggles along with these bones as like a big unit. So it's like way less chaotic than like cloth physics or like the Unreal Groom system and whatever. So it'll maintain the same hairstyle, but it can all kind of, you know, flow around and like do its own thing. And like, you know, react to the wind or react to character movement and all that kind of stuff. Maybe that has texture on it. If I go to material mode. Gonna have to compile shaders real quick. When are you using multiple Blender files for this one project, or using a master Blender project and these other projects are you testing? I have like multiple different Blender sessions. So yeah, here's like a hairstyle, I guess. It's like some Norman Reedus shit, you know? Death Stranding hairstyle. Death Hair Stranding. Hair Strandsing. So yeah, that's how my hair gets done. And so all hairstyles get weighted to that same, you know. Well, the male short hair doesn't really, but... is that the actual mesh there? For something like a ponytail... that's the grid. They're not weighted. Oh, the bowl cut would have some... Yeah, okay. So you can see the bowl cut is affected by the same bones. So it just means you don't have to, like, attach hair or have all these different hair skeletons that get yeeted on top of the character. You don't have to use cloth physics. It can literally just be one rig. One rig to rule them all, essentially. I do want to close that down for a sec. Weight painting does. Let's cover the transform offset. Biology laying clothing. They're auto painters. They suck ass. And they are okay. But easy to manual touch up anyway. Automate weights is a good starting point. How I do weight painting. That's a good point. That's a good point. I will save that as character script thing. There we go. I might even do like how I... Maybe the face will be a separate video. The other thing is I want the performance, bone-driven face, performance, like kind of like non-committal. Design it so we can easily edit things without needing to redo everything. Edit/iterate. Yeah. Is it just to keep the Blend project small, resource-wise, or more for your own organization? Only because I've yet to settle on one method between both. It's kind of both. It's kind of like... Yeah. Just both. Blender files can just get kind of laggy when there's just heaps of stuff in there. Even if you've, like, deselected or, like, hidden all of it, a lot of it's still doing stuff under the hood. So it's nice to, like, kind of segment it. And I use the append function a lot. So, like, for example, with... I've been doing some, like, character clothing stuff in, you know, in non-stream time. Offline time. Is that the... So, like, if I've got, you know, these assets that I'm repurposing, rejigging, and obviously I need the character. I need the character to, like, fit them against and to test if they animate properly and all that kind of stuff. But I also need the exact armature that that character's using, which for some reason is really small, which I needed to scale it up by 10, and then apply its stuff. Just being able to go File, Append, go to the other session, go to Object, and find the one, you know, wherever it is, and that will import it directly from the other Blender file, along with its, all its modifiers, and, you know, its armature, and all that kind of stuff. So if you've got, like, a sculpt, like a multi-res sculpt, and you need it in another session, you use Append, because it will keep, like, you don't have to commit to the sculpt. You can import it into this other one with the multi-res intact and, like, non-destructive. So that's, like, super handy to have. And whatnot. What about adding extra bones? Elbow, knees, ass, booba, shoulder. Also want to talk about weapon or item. Bones are a must. Item bones are a must. So, what's the character skinning weight? So we've got a low poly character here. We then talk about what weight painting does, all of that shit. You know, get familiar with what bones actually do. Topology is important with weight painting and all that kind of shit. And then, after we've done some weight painting, then we can talk about, oh, if you notice that, like, your knees are collapsing or your elbows are collapsing. If knees/elbows are collapsing, etc. Or you want additional bones. And then talk about item bones. Is that kind of relevant? I guess that is sort of, yeah, like setting up the character to be animatable. Is kind of all in that video. These are going to be like fucking half-hour videos each, maybe even more. Even this first one is going to be a fucking whole thing. Where do you wrap up on weighting a character and whatnot? I guess we can, like, yeet it into engine and test out some animations. We can use compatible scaly or auto retarget 5.5. And there you go. We've gotten the character. We've weight painted it. Blah, 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 blah. See how it looks. Whatever. Good on you, mate. Good on you, mate. Do I want to do, like... You've got, like, the basics of the character and all that kind of shit. There's like so many extra bits that can, like, come from this, you know? A controller is necessary for a game character. Controllers. Do you mean like rig controllers, like in Blender? It depends. It depends. If you're making your own animations, then you might need, or you would want to set up controllers. Because it just makes animation a million times easier. If you're only using pre-made animation assets, then you don't need to set up controllers at all. You can just have an armature, and you can just have the skeleton, and then you don't need anything else. Because an animation is just saying what orientation does this bone have to be in on a particular frame. Whereas a rig controller or an IK controller is going the other way. It's saying, if this is in this position, how do these need to be set up to achieve that? And then that would get baked out to, you know, an animation asset if you were animating. If you're also using something like Cascadeur, then it will set up your animation rig for you. Maybe it'll work in my Google. PrismaticaDev. Alright, so if I go like here, and I just like import a dude. Include meshes, add new, import this guy. No. This is just my old fella. This just needs to be scaled down back to 1. So yeah, in Cascadeur, so like I've got a skeleton, but no rig, and then I can just be like rig mode, blah blah blah. Quick rigging tool recognizes all my bone names because it's got like a big database. Add rig elements, looks good. Fuck it, generate the rig. And then it is just good to go, like ready to animate. And it's got like a Cascadeur is fucking awesome. Use Cascadeur if you're doing animation. It's a no-brainer. Ooh, ooh. Hiya! But yeah, they're not necessary. They're only necessary for creating animations. Alright. Master call it? No, I'll just call it master character. Oh, the other thing is in the master character model, kind of like androgynous. Genus? Or I guess more androgynous character is ideal for universal character. Egg, not huge, bulky, muscle man. UE4 ass mannequin. I think the Unreal 5 mannequin is very Andro AF. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good starting point, I think. Because then you can use the shape keys to do all the other shit. Fuck. Begging knowledge is fun. Seems... I guess like fucking unwrapping character YOLO. Just copy my seam positions. Alright, and skinning, waiting, da-da-da-da-da. So now it's animation ready. So then, I don't know whether to go, like, while we're doing this kind of shit, to, like, deal with faces before we get, like, super invested in shit. But then I feel like some people are just be like, oh, I want, like, the next fucking thing, and the blah, 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 blah. Maybe I'll just do a whole video on faces and extra jiggly shit, you know? Because I guess I talk about extra bones. I mean, even without the extra utility bones, maybe that can be in the follow-up video. Additional rigging shit. I don't know what I'll actually call it. So adding extra utility bones for drivers, elbow, knees, ass, booba, shoulder, stomach, etc. If this, or you want additional bones. Talk about item bones. Talk about face bones. Question mark, question mark. And then also weighting the face. That is, if their character has a face. This will just be about adding extra bones and how to fucking deal with that. Why you would add extra bones. All that shenanigans. Kawaii physics for quick and easy example. Eyes more important than facial animations are? Yeah, I agree, I agree. I think what I will do is, for each kind of session of this, supply like a blend file with like my character in it, with like whatever was being talked about. So like have the sculpt, or have like a lower poly version of the sculpt or something, just so it doesn't take up 1,000,000 megabytes. And then have the low poly character, and then blah, 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 you know. And then so they can look at the topology, that kind of thing. And actually, like, select loops and whatnot. And then same with skinning and weighting. I can actually, inside Blender, look at how the character's weighted. And then the additional shit, we've got, like, the face. Talk about item. Item bones will probably take up, like, a whole fucking 10 minutes to explain what the hell that's about. KI physics, da-da-da-da-da. That video probably doesn't need that much more here. It'll literally just be the same as the previous one. So then, after all that is explained, the character is kind of done. Except obviously texturing and shit, but like, fuck texturing. It'll need to be UV unwrapped at some point. Which also needs to take into account the mutable plugin. Because in mutable, it can generate a texture atlas per character, so that you don't have to do multiple texture samples, and you can essentially, like, construct, or you can kind of, like, sample as many textures as you want, or as little textures as you want. And so, because of the way it does that, the UVs need to be laid out so that they are... Can I just, like, I probably want the neck, though. Let's get this, get that, hide, select everything else. So everything needs to be in selectable rectangles, or anything that needs to be modular. So, like, for example, if I can cut off my character's leg, or have a different leg or whatever, the leg needs to be, leg and foot needs to be in its own rectangle, like that. You know, the arm and hand is in its own rectangle here. The other one is in its own rectangle here. There can obviously be overlap, it doesn't really matter. What the fuck is this? Huh? Excuse me? What the fuck is this, huh? Oh, is that just because it's the selected? No. What are you? Excuse me? Brother. Ah. Oh, is that just because it's... Because I forced triangulation? Why is it always red? I'm just bugging out. He's fine. Ignore it. It's not real. So when the fuck do we unwrap the character? And then I need to talk about, like, blending the face normals into the thing so that, like, the neck here is in the same position as when we have the head, and only the head. because the head uses a separate texture, and it's like a whole fucking thing. Let me just... So you can see, like, with the face one, the face also includes this, which is because if we have different face, like face skinny, normal map, and then the body skinny normal map, they both share this part of the texture, so we can blend between them. So if we have, like, regular face number 1, not you, face 1. Where are you? Oh, here's human body. It's got a neck, but then face normals has a neck as well, and they get blended and that kind of thing. You bake high and low poly? Yeah. That's what most of it will be about. It is very complex, and there's like a lot of things to think about, which is why I want to like really make sure I cover all of it in the video series. Unwrapping with mutable in mind. Unwrapping. I'll call it neck UV position. If doing interchangeable faces. And then baking normals. I can... Fuck, how long is this gonna take? Yeah. Maybe I'll do it... Should the UVs and stuff be a separate video? Like unwrapping and then baking normals? I feel like it should be, honestly. Because this is doing, like, the modeling of it. And then actually... Yeah, let's do that. So, 3... Unwrapping... Or I'll call it, like, texture... UVs... Baking... etc. Rectangle groups. Yeah, because I guess UV positioning is really important when you're doing a character like this. Because the other thing, right, is, this is a little bit overkill, probably. But let's say, like, a character has, like, a tight t-shirt on. Like that one that I modeled earlier, right? Like, let's just say he's got, like, a t-shirt. It's like this, blah, 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 blah. What you could do is, for that t-shirt, if that t-shirt inherits the... you know, the same position as the, you know, the body, the back, and the arms. If it's, like, in the same positions here, then that t-shirt could inherit the character underneath's normal map if the t-shirt is, like, tight. You know, it could take, like, you know, its cloth normal map and texture, you know, the fabric normal map, but then you could also blend in this very slightly, which would change depending on if the character is, you know, malnourished or, like, really fat, or they just don't have muscle and all that kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? How does Booba look like with... Okay, no, that works. Yeah. Oh, so if you're wondering why the character's belly goes straight out and the boobs go straight out, it's because the bone physics has gravity. So you need to account for the fact that at resting position, they're going to flop downwards slightly. The geometry would be able to change size without impacting different normal variations. Yeah. So I just kind of showed that then. Oh, and that's like a whole part of the video that I'll need to talk about. Hell yeah. Supermodel. It's me. Kravia, hello. Yeah, I decided it was a good time with the mutable plugin coming out and whatnot. Well, has come out. Skinny boy. Oh god, that's terrifying. Oh, that's the other thing up in here. This will be more target baking. One material per character. Prismatica, Giga, Atlas, plugin, etc. Which is optional, but yeah. This will be a video series for creating a modular character. Yes. Yes, that's exactly what this will be about. Using, well, mainly directed at Unreal Engine, but you could apply it to any other engine if some of the technology is like in the other engines and whatnot. And using Blender. So then this is video 4. So number 3, UV's baking, unwrapping character, copy my scene positions, unwrapping with mutable in mind, rectangle groups, neck UV position, doing interchangeable faces, needs to be matching, actually baking normals, fixing, how to fix little fucky bits quickly for iteration. What is a cage for the final TM pre-master post final V5 version. Tony, how do you feel about the scope of this project? How do you manage in the way of overscope? Or do you manage much in the way of overscope? How so? So in terms of like the game, a lot of the game is intentionally overscoped for the sake of like exploration and I guess like research and development and whatnot. And also to be able to like find things to be able to teach people that isn't really available anywhere else. So like for example, you know, being able to have characters that have like clothing and then to be able to make them skinny and like make like, you know, zombie characters or like plagued characters or just starving characters. And to be able to like save time by just having like, you know, male character, you know, with lots of muscle, but then just like feminine character without needing to like model everything multiple times. So just like a lot of workflow stuff. And, you know, I make lots of videos about materials and shaders and all that kind of stuff. How to make fat character. You just go like, just make him fat, you know. One's good at using a character generator as internal game mechanic, so you want a bigger body, eat more, or work out, etc. Yeah, that's what I'll be doing in Prismatica. Because technically, eating more and getting fat, while it would make your character less fit, they would actually weigh more, which means that they can just, like, cannonball other characters. Or, like, if you jumped on top of another character, you would deal, like, massive damage versus if you were thinner. Yeah, like, literally, like, being a sumo wrestler would be, like, a valid... Imagine you're, like, Smo from Dark Souls 1. Like, you just get fat as fuck, and then you'd have to, like... I don't know if I wanted... I've had an idea. I'm going to go on a little tangent, like game design tangent, but one thing that I didn't like about Kingdom Come Deliverance number 1 was that it was really easy to get armor because, you know, when you go back to what's the town? I forget what the town is called at the start. But once you go back to the town, there's like some guards and bandits fighting each other, and you can just like run in, and in the loot menu it's paused. You can just loot all of their armor. Yeah, Skalitz. I was thinking Skellige, but that's Witcher, isn't it? Yeah, you can run in, press loot, it pauses, you can take all of the bandits' armor and equip it, and then you just fucking leg it. And because the armor is realistic in the game, it's like... I feel like the intended progression was, I'm a poor, you know, blacksmith's son, and that the village gets raided, you know, spoilers, whatever happens in the first 20 minutes of the game. It's obvious. And then it's supposed to be like, okay, like, I've saved up all this money, I'm gonna buy my first helmet, you know? And you get, like, a helmet, and it's not very good, but it's like, all of a sudden, you're impervious to headshots. And then it's like, oh, what am I gonna, like, prioritize saving up for, or trying to find next, or whatever. So, like, I liked how the armor was realistic, but then it's like, you can just take someone else's armor, and all of a sudden, you've made this huge jump in progression. So my idea is that armor and clothing needs to be fitted exactly to your character. And so like, the clothing or armor would have, you know, like the character creator, whatever they are, you know, muscle mass versus character size, masculine, feminine, you know, skinniness, all of those like basic body shape things. And then the further away it was from your character, it would still function perfectly as armor, but you'd get a huge like encumbrance bonus. Like you would move slower and that kind of thing. So you could pick up someone's helmet, but it might restrict your visibility because it doesn't fit and the slots wouldn't be in the right place or whatever. Or you can't look around or like aim as well. because your vision's impaired because you're wearing someone else's helmet. And so that kind of solves the enemies are actually wearing armor, but you can't just steal their armor or you can just steal their armor, but there's like a debuff from it. And maybe you can go and take it and get it refitted, which would cost money. Or you could get one of your party members to refit it. Or if your character knows how to, like, sew things, then they could, like, you know, they could take it in and whatever. Because, like, you want enemies to be able to have proper armor and, like, high-end equipment, but you don't necessarily want to be able to, like, cheese an enemy and then just get super powerful armor, and to kind of skip that whole, like, the joy of getting this, like, accumulating this, like, you know, gear setup and whatnot. Was the munition armor in history for regular troops? It was one size fits all, but basically meant it didn't fit anyone great. It had to be basic. Yeah, exactly. So just like, you know, helmet, like kettle hats are a good example of that, where like it's a, you know, a broad brimmed hat, well, helmet, which, you know, essentially protected your head via an umbrella. So if someone went to slash at your head, it would hit the rim of that first, but it didn't have to fit tightly to your head. So it was a good kind of, yeah, munitions grade armor. And then obviously like chainmail is a good example of like, you can kind of put on anyone's chainmail, and then you obviously use a belt to belt it to your waist so it sits on your waist and whatnot. So obviously different pieces of clothing and armor would have different, like, different biases, or like, you know, the unfittedness would affect things differently and whatnot. Do you have small, medium, large, XL, is there to be based on height times muscles? It would be very like fluid, because I'm planning on having characters be like a really broad range of heights. So like from 0.5 meter, like a child character is just a human that's really short and proportion different and whatever. But then there might be like 2 to 3 meter tall characters, and they all have to use the same models and whatnot. But you could pretty much say that if there's a giant character, you wouldn't be able to just take their armor off and put it on like a really short character. So there'd be like a minimum, like you can actually equip this range, and then there'd be a bit in the middle where it would be like, yeah, you can equip this, but it's like a bit fucked. Then there's a perfect, and then it goes the other way, like mirrored. How's Blade gonna know this armor fits him? I mean, you'll first be able to tell by just the other character, if they look a similar build to your character. But then you'll be able to, like, examine it, and you'll be able to see, like, you know, depending on, like, stats and whatnot, maybe there's, like, an appraisal skill, or, like, an armorer or a tailor stat of some description where you can just, like, as you become more of an expert, you can just tell, you know, this wouldn't, this isn't gonna fit me, you know? Or this will fit me, you know, it's like within 20% or something. Humans between 4 heads tall, infant, and 8 heads tall, ideal. Most adults between 5, 7 heads. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so doing all that with one character can be... It can be a challenge, but if you do it with bones... Like, for example, if we just grab... this will kind of get a bit sus, but... you can essentially, like, make a... Like, you know, a younger character by... Can I duplicate that? Hold on. Oh, I'm in pose mode. Go to here. Armature. O2? I don't know if I can actually scale... No, I can scale bones in pose mode. So yeah, like, for a younger character, you would, like... In Engine, you would scale their entire model down. Are you not armed? Oh, wait, no, hold on. So you'd scale the actual actor size down. And again, this is something that I'll cover in the video and shit. But you'd essentially scale the entire character down. Can I do that around cursor? So scale the character down. And then from there, you would then, you know, make the head bigger. So if everything's, like, set up well, you can just go, yeah, head. From individual origins. Probably from neck. Head. It's like, bam, it's like, you know, a more childlike character. Probably push the neck down a bit. Neck probably doesn't need to be that damn thick. You know, things like bring the shoulders in. Oh, that's gonna do scale, isn't it? I can't yet. It's hard to do mirror posing in Blender for an Unreal character, but whatever. Yeah, bring clavicles in. Why does it take so long to undo? Clavicles in, shoulders in. I think hips or legs just get shorter, I think. But yeah, you can do, like, you can do proportions and stuff like that. But obviously all of the clothing will get scaled exactly the same way. Which, you know, if you're creating, like, an army of child soldiers, then, like, you know, they can just use the same chainmail model as everything else and whatnot. Where's the character gone? There you are. Oh, skinny boy. Thigh bone is always like a quarter of the body height, usually the lower leg that scales. True, true. Yeah, you can pretty much just get proportions at, like, probably like 5 or 6 different life stages, and then just lerp between them based on, like, an age factor. And then, like, you know, all of these would work as, like, additives to that. So the UV's baking, master character skinning and weighting. This is number 5. Master character additional rigging shit. Alright, then number 6. So number 6 is where... God, there's so much fucking setup. Like... before we actually start doing anything in engine. You know what I mean? But, like, it's all relevant because... you can't just, like, get assets from the marketplace and they just instantly work on your character. Is the more targets heavily modify the base character shape? How do you plan to deal with the collision offset it will cause when simulating physics? That is a very good question. I think the mutable plugin can deal with that. Like, it can generate a new physics asset on the fly. If you wanted to do it manually, you could set up a... you know, if your fatness is just driven by one parameter, so you've got fatness 0 to 100, or 0 to 1, then you could just do... if you know which collision bodies, I think you can manually set their scale. So you would just get, you know, spine, or pelvis, spine, 2, 3, and how much bigger the radius gets as, you know, the thing, as the fatness goes up. And then you do the same for, like, you know, the arms and that kind of thing, and the thighs and the knees, and I don't know, maybe the neck as well. So you get that, like, frog pouch going. Yeah, at least that's how I'll be approaching it. But yeah, you could do a separate physics asset manually, where you do, like, you know, fat 0, fat 0.5, and then full fat, and you just choose which one it's kind of closest to. For something like going masculine to feminine, you probably wouldn't need to change the physics asset. But then it can get kind of weird when you start putting lots together. Like, the muscle mass would change the clavicle size and the thigh size slightly, and the upper arm, but not anywhere up, maybe the neck slightly. But then if they're muscly and fat, then you're starting to, like, mix two together. So I'd do, like, a physics body kind of profile struct, or, like, object or something. Data asset probably be the best way to go. And then, yeah, you can kind of edit it as you go along. But that's a really good question. I might even be tackling... That'll be somewhere, like, down here. Like, physics asset. With merging meshes plus additional collisions. You know, armor / backpacks, question mark. Because obviously you've got a big backpack on, and your character falls over, you want the backpack to have collision. But you don't necessarily want it to be a separate body. And maybe you want the backpack to be able to be, like, hittable. Like, you can deal damage to it. So that'll be something that I deal with at some point. I have one question. When do the videos start coming out? As soon as I film them, and then edit them, and then upload them. Yeah. It might even be... When videos get the least views in the year. YouTube videos generally get fewer views closer to Christmas. However, parents still tend to outperform non-parents during this time and have higher click-through rates. Some posts on YouTube generally during the... I feel like during the holidays is probably a good time for tutorial videos. I know for like regular, like, you know, trash content, people are probably like the people that usually watch shit videos, like slop videos, are like on holidays, like, you know, they've gone to like Bali or something to, I don't know, just be bogans. But I think for tutorial videos, yeah, people are off work, have spare time. Anyone that's a teacher, like any kind of teachers or educators have heaps of time off. So maybe sooner rather than later would be better. Another question, you have 3 different... Oh, someone also asked about the normal maps. With the thing. Like the normal maps changing as the blend shape changes. What I've done... This is just to preview it in Blender to kind of see how it would look. You can get the shape key. Or the shape key thing. And you can copy as new driver. And then in the material, in here, you can do this with any parameter in Blender as well, by the way. In here, I've just got like a test material set up to like, you know, do the face and the body blended together, and then all of the kind of shape key thingos. I can then just go additive skinny normal, and I can paste that driver in here. So now whenever I change this, it will change it in here, and that will drive a normal map strength, which then gets added to another normal map, which then gets mixed between the body and the head, which then goes into the normals over here. But yeah, you would have to do this in Unreal separately. I just did it in Blender so I can just see kind of how it's all working before I like, while it's kind of still iterating and whatnot. But the way that it'll actually be working in game is we'll actually be generating a unique texture for every character, potentially. I still don't know how I want to, like, set up the character. Because in Mutable, it can create a render target that, like, you know, if I put on one glove, one life, one glove, it can just put that, you know, in this corner and like slot everything together. And so if it's just like, whereas like with the kind of more traditional way you're doing modular characters, you need to have like a set number of equipment slots and sample a set number of equipment textures. But if by doing a runtime atlas, you can have as little or as many different like unique meshes on the character. So like if I wanted to have like a ring, and that ring has a certain, you know, texture to it and whatever, I don't have to waste an entire texture sample just for this one ring that you're barely going to see. It can just get yeeted into the kind of global character atlas for this character. The downside of that is obviously that characters... Let's say it's like a 1K... fuck, it'd probably even be... Let's just say it ends up being like a 2K texture for each character. That's a unique 2K texture for every character that is modular. So again, it's like a performance versus memory trade-off, as literally everything is. But if you know how many pieces of equipment your character can have, so like they have a helmet, they have an upper body part, they have a lower body thing, they have boots, they have gloves, and that's all, then you can just have 6 different texture samplers in your material that just have blank textures by default. And then when I equip this helmet, I put the helmet texture in the helmet slot, and it's all good to go. And that means that every character that is wearing that type of helmet is just referencing the texture. Like, the texture only exists once in VRAM. Whereas if you're generating an atlas for every character, then there's like lots of duplicate textures if they're all wearing the same thing, if that makes sense. But what I was thinking that is, if I'm doing a texture character runtime atlas anyway, I'd actually bake the muscle and the skinniness and the fatness and the, you know, the boob normals and everything into that texture rather than layering them in the shader. But it's just like, it's different workflows for different, you know, different needs. And I'm not 100% sure. I do want lots of character modularity. Like, I'd like for you to just wear, like, one pauldron here and not here. For it to be, like, real, you know, like, you know, an elbow piece, but not here. And, like, maybe just one glove. Because... Or, like, you know, a gauntlet here and a chain thing here, because you've got a shield and you don't need to, like, armor this side as much. But then when someone kicks your shield out of your hand, then, you know, you're vulnerable. And it's like, well, I made a conscious decision about how my character was equipped, and now I have to adapt or suffer the consequences, or it works, and that kind of thing. Just talking about base measures, because I'm continuing to follow. I'll need my own base measures. I need to go on with learning all that. I will be supplying, like, a version of this character if people just want to, like, you know, tutorial along with it. But I will be covering how to repurpose assets that you might have gotten from the marketplace, from, like, there's heaps of, like, free, or, like, any kind of, like, I think there's one, maybe it was the previous free giveaway, the, like, the Viking character armor, which came with a base mesh. Where's the hair skeleton knight? No, that's the pre-armature one. Where's the... yeah. Oh, well, there's even this one as well. There's a lot of ones you can just nick from the marketplace, from asset packs. At least as a starting point. But as easy for being not allowed to make character creator... not allowed to make a character creator with a normal license. Right. Huh. can you... Yeah, I think I know what they mean, but... Yeah. You could use it to make a base mesh to then do the rest of it yourself. But yeah, I think the next part in this thing will be... yeah, like repurposing asset doodads. Like how to... Basically how to use Blender. Long story short. How to do like this kind of shit where you're just like, you know, touching and going and doing this, and you gotta make it fit and not clip and all that kind of stuff. So that will be... Because yeah, I've done that with like, what, how many fucking... Not the Viking stuff. What was the... Skeleton Knight? There's like heaps of stuff. Retopologized, repurposed, refitted. That needs a bit of... Or is that? Oh no, that is redone, yeah. So yeah, I'll basically cover how I do all this kind of stuff to save like 1 million hours of, you know, making your own clothing models and whatnot. I guess that's the other thing I should probably add in the intro video is like, who is this series aimed at? Because it's mostly aimed at like indie devs, you know. So my Unreal or a plugin could edit the image files that copy-paste in relevant sections into a single set of text that sits in VRAM. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not like the graphics programmer guy. I'm just a tech artist wannabe. You know, I just pretend that I'm smart and that I know what's going on, but in reality, I've got no clue. Where's like torso, gloves? And then there was this other... Where was that other one? No, not that. No, that's not fitted. Where was the Oh, Gothic Knight, man. Gothic Knight pants. They need to be like thicker. Oh, then I'm gonna have to deal with fucking hide flags and stuff. That's like a whole thing. To figure out. Oh, like I know how, but to figure out how to teach it is like a whole fucking thing. You know, how to stop clipping and all that kind of stuff. 'Cause yeah. There's like a lot of different ways you can kind of tackle it. And that's like where modular characters start to get really like into the fuck zone. Because you have to like make sure that, oh yeah, this doesn't clip through this. And this doesn't clip through this. But I need to make sure that this other one works with this and that. And so you kind of have to kind of like homogenize a lot of it. So that like, you know, okay, all shoulder armor sits this far from the character, because we presume that they're gonna have, you know, a where's like Viking Man cloth number 5, you know, that they're gonna have something like this size on, which like already you can see that, yeah, okay, that's clipping through there. So then I might need to do a blend shape for like when shoulder armor is on, this shrinks down or something. Clipping on the models, you know how much you want to make it perfect. Yeah, exactly. Like, you're never going to 100% fix clipping. But you can try. And having, like, some kind of... Like, you just don't want really bad examples, right? Like this belt. Or, like, this bit of the pants clipping through is, like... It's preventable. And whether that's by changing the pants to go in more, because, I mean, this belt is pretty fucking... It's pretty fucking, like, expansive. Let me just... yeah, that comes out, like, a lot. For silhouette's sake. I'll just chuck it in a teeny tiny bit. So yeah, whether it's like changing that or changing this to be, you know, bigger in like certain areas, or just to be thicker in general. That's like the kind of stuff that I'll be focusing on in the tutorial series, which, yeah, is going to be this next one. This is called Fitting Clothes to a Modular Character. Or just go clothing, or clothing and armor for modular characters. We then talk about... Why not bones that scale the character customization for easier weight transfers onto armor, etc. Yeah. Yeah. You can do that for, like, a lot of stuff. But there's also some things that you can't... I mean, you can... Blend shapes have advantages, and bones have advantages. But you can do simple stuff like, you know, I want the arms to be thicker. Like a muscly character, it might just be as simple as, oh, hey, I've got like this shoulder, and I just want to like thicken it up using the bones. You could maybe set up like a fat character by just scaling their spine bones in a particular way. That character's not even... Oh, actually, I think I just haven't turned them on. Yeah. Wait, are they... Armature 02... Yeah. So yeah, you could do something like, make the shoulders... Why the fuck are you not doing it? You. Armature. Go on this guy. Object armature. Oh, right. Alright, now I go to... individual origins normal. And then get this, and then scale in all but Y. No, scale in all but X. Oh, but they don't inherit. Can I do it like this? Scale in all but X. No, it's going from bounding box center. But yeah, you can just do it like that. But the... Suppose around the shape of the armor better would be... Yeah. So with blend shapes, you can be like, okay, the character is really muscly. So like muscle mass... I mean, that's kind of a bad example. But you could say like, okay, character is really muscly and fat. But the armor... We just want the armor to move upwards. We don't necessarily want the armor to scale much more. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, you can get away with a lot with just bones. But once you have like a good workflow for transferring blend shapes, I don't know. I kind of tend to do like blend shapes are for things that affect the entire character. And then bones are for things... I mean, the thing with blend shapes is that they don't move bones, right? So, like, I wouldn't do a blend shape that broadens the upper body, you know? Like, if I did this and was like, oh, yeah, like, this is the Buffy Man blend shape. You know, the World of Warcraft male human blend shape. The bones aren't going to move along with that, which means that the shoulders are still going to be hinging around this original point, even though it looks like they should be hinging over here. So instead what I'd do is, if I wanted a character to have broad shoulders, or broader than usual, I would, you know, actually move the bones out in the anim graph. So, you know, bam... Bam. And then maybe scale the... You know, this... That's not it. Where the fuck is it? Here? Probably. But yeah, like... Because then we're actually moving the bones along with it, which means that these ones are all intact. Oops, Stravert. Classic. Ripping assets. Well, I guess ways to create clothes for your character. Ripping assets. Sorry. You know, fuck it. Yeah, I call it ripping. Well, no, ripping implies pirating. Reposing marketplace assets, which then involves, well, I guess an overview. Reposing marketplace assets, template, or what do I call it? Topology template. Topology extrusion / extrusion template, which you can then modeling / texturing, or you can sculpt / bake Etc. Et skibbity. Yeah. What's the other way to do clothing? Oh, you can use like a third-party thing. Like, what's that clothing plugin or clothing program called? Where you like do different, like you define a clothing pattern and then Marvelous Designer. Yes, yeah, that's fine. Cloth Pro, etc. Armature. That's the other thing. So like with all of these, I mean, I think I've applied them all already. But with all of these, I guess like these Viking ones are a good example. Viking clothing, blah blah blah. Wherever the fuck they all are. Like all of these here. Because they were all modeled on, you know, a specific character that the asset creator was using as their base mesh, you can arm all of them to the same armature, and then you can just move that armature into the position of your base character. And so you get like 90% of the way there to like refitting it. Like on bulk. Like, you know, 100 different clothing assets. I just refitted to my character in one go. Using just like, you know, bone scaling, moving bones around, all that kind of stuff. So if I actually look at the character, like he's just sitting in there somewhere. And then you go in and kind of manually, you know, if I Alt-H... Oh, fuck. Did I press something? I press... No, what's the... I just invert selection and do this. So then you go in manually and you know, fit it so that it sits in the right place and it blah, blah, blah. This one's already kind of done, but... You can just be like, oh, I need this to, like, come out a bit. So I'm just going to, like, select these and, like, yeet them very slightly. Like that, or whatever. Yeah. What a bloody ripper. No eyeballs. Yes, I put textures in the eye sockets of, like, gore. Don't ask why. Ninja Sky, hello. Any chance you make characters of real people? Do you mean realistic people, or do you mean, like take your face and make a model of it? Because I do neither. No, I will let it go. Yeah, there will be gore in the game. You will be able to lose limbs and grow them back. Or, like, put other people's limbs on your stumps. I guess? I don't know. Sneaker, I have a little question. Have you made see-through material tutorial? I can't find one like you have where the leaves disappear when including the player. I've made one, but the opacity mask changes how the shadow from the changes the shadow from the tree. I haven't made a specific one. But check out my video about the shadow pass switch. Shadow pass switch, and that will solve your problem. What about a real person who's to then model their head and body, add it to a game for UE5? I don't specifically, but it is possible. But I'm probably not the guy to ask. I'm a very like utilitarian modeler. Not like a realism kind of dude. Apologizing. Baking. Or decimation. Lazy. Well. Quads to. Sorry, tries to quads. Extrusion template. So then there's the DIY approach. Topology extrusion template. Modeling and texturing. Sculpt bake. Third party thingo. Yeah. So using Scaly Mesh Merger for your characters? Yes, I am. I am. Right, then we need to do weight. Transfer is bigger. I have one scaling measure and modular limbs on runtime at the same time. You could... The limbs would be merged. The limbs would be scaly merged into the character. So you would just make your... Like, the base of your character would be made up of... You know, legs, feet, torso, arms, hands, neck, head, hair, whatever. But then you could just take off the arm and put like a gore cap on instead. Or take off the arm, put a stump, and then have like a mechanical arm instead. So instead of just having the entire character as one base mesh, you can split it into different parts. It's already 12:30. Where the fuck is Fran? What is she doing? Special Mortal Kombat. True. True. Dresses, shirts, long, or like dangly sleeve, shirts, etc. All need touching up. Oh, where the fuck do I... Oh, okay, no, you know what? Maybe in the clothing stuff, I talk about doing extra bones, you know. Do I talk about that in the clothing section? It's probably worth doing. Oh no, maybe I can talk about cloth physics versus bones in like a separate in another video. Clothing, physics, cloth versus bones. Spoiler. Bones wins. So wait, where do I talk about extra bones? I talk about utility bones here. Additional rigging shit. Elbows, knees, ass, booba, shoulder, stomach. If knees, elbows are collapsing. Item bones. Face bones. Can I just quick and easy example? Maybe I'll... Where do I want to talk about doing, like, clothing physics bones? Because, like, they are jiggle bones, which I'm, you know, extra utility bones. Da-da-da. Maybe I talk about it here, and we add them. So, like, clothing bones for later down the line. Do I even want to talk about hair cage here? I guess if this is going to be a proper video... But it's like, what order do I do them in? Because at this point, we have a character that is weight painted. And so they're animatable. And then in this one, we're like, okay, well, we've got a character. They're kind of ready to go. But maybe, you know, you want elbow, knee. You want jiggle physics. You want, you know, hair bones or some shit. I guess we just talk about why you'd want extra bones, and I'll give some examples. And also how to add extra bones. Then we actually move on to making clothing for the character, or fitting clothing to the character. Yeah, weight transfer, data transfer. I'll call it data slash weight transfer. Good to go for most clothing. Need to be sure. Need to test to be sure. Dresses, skirts, dangly sleeve shirts. I'll need manual touching up after. Data transfer. You can make cage meshes to transfer weights to and from for dresses, etc. The extra bonus on the base armature, or are they only for the armor? Sorry, maybe you said it. They're on the base armature, but you can actually disable bones from being evaluated in Unreal. So you can, at like a particular LOD, you can just be like, okay, we're going to disable the hands. And so there won't be any finger animations. And it will just skip over assessing anything below the hand bone. So you can do that with all of the extra jiggle bones. It actually does it, I think it does it automatically if there aren't any verts that are weighted to that bone. So if you've got like a hair bone, but the character has no hair, you can actually see in the Skelly Mesh view, asset browser thing, that those bones are grayed out. They're like dark gray, which means that no verts are assigned to those bones, but the bones still exist. So this is maybe that is part of this thing. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, but yeah. God, this is a big shit. This is a big video series. Like, we're like 7 or 8 videos in. And we haven't even put anything into the engine, We haven't actually started modularizing the character. It's like fucking... There's a lot of shit that goes into this. A lot of shit. Modular bodies to have custom skin sculpts might not work with this system. Makes me wonder what I should pursue. What do you mean specifically, Platinum? To have custom skin sculpts. Do you mean like skin textures? If you can like explain more, I can kind of see what you mean. Or like an example. Oh, like custom skin weights. Potentially. Clothing fits the body part. It's not resting there. Oh no, yeah, no, that's what this whole thing is about. Let me open my old character session. We're not just like socketing clothing on. We're actually like each piece of clothing is like a character, if you think about it. So like if I just, I don't know, get like shirt, torso, pants, pants? Nope. pants baggy. All right, so here's like some clothes, right? And if we go to our armature, how the buggles do I find you? Base skeleton, there you are. Pose mode. So you can see that the armor and clothing all moves along, like with the body. But we can regenerate the mesh at runtime and be like, oh, actually, I didn't want this shoulder piece there, or the character equipped, you know, or the character took their shirt off, and, you know, it will still, it'll be fine. Do you know what I mean? Or, like, you know, my character took their pants off, and then they put on, like, a dress of some kind. Not the dress bones. Where's, like, long dress? Legs, upper body, head. Does that? No? Why are you not showing? Hello? Why would that not show up? Where is it? This one. Oh, that's just the sleeves. I'm dumb as hell. There you go. So yeah. This kind of thing. So all of the different clothing parts, they're essentially full characters, like they're skinned as though they are characters. But then we just mash them all together in engine. As like a new mesh. And so, you know. So using Prismaticals, when did they update from 4.3? I haven't actually used it in a while because I stopped animating in Blender and moved to Cascadeur. But it is quite pog. But yeah, I don't know if it has like officially updated for 4.3, but I mean, seems to be working for me, I guess. Yo, Krim, how's it going? I heard that Threat Interactive blocked you on Twitter or something. Someone said earlier, and I had a bit of a chuckle. Bit of a funny one, innit? You're going to use a plugin for runtime scaling mesh merging. Could swear I read that you can't do it during gameplay. I have used it since like Unreal 4 at runtime, and it isn't that expensive. And there's a new plugin called Mutable with 5.5, which it just uses the existing merging stuff, but with a bunch of other things like caching and that kind of whatnot to make it more performant. I think it does it asynchronously as well. But yeah, you can just create, you can mesh merge at runtime, and it's relatively cheap. Because like essentially all you're doing is just saying, I have this mesh. I'm going to put all of the verts from this mesh and add them to this mesh with these weights, and then it's good to go. It's just like appending them all together. Obviously, Mutable can do extra shit, but I don't know how deep into that I'll go. The main reason that I want to use it is that it can bake blend shapes. So rather than needing to keep the blend shape data and be assessing it every single frame, it will actually get, you know, whatever this shape was, it will actually generate a new mesh with this geometry instead of needing to continuously assess the blend shape. So it just says, okay, yeah, this character was like skinny 0.5, muscular 1.3, feminine 100%, generates the new mesh, and then just yeets all of that data into the bin. And it's like, okay, like, we have a character, we're good to go. So, it's like... And that was something that Sov was working on before he went on hiatus. Before he got a real job. But yeah, and then Mutable came out, and it was like, well, yeah. Yeah, see, there he is. There he is, you bastard. Just dogging us all. Did you say Sov? I knew he'd be here. Real job. Yeah, that would suck. I think I might do this in here. Like fitting clothing to characters. Clothing fit... I don't know. I just don't know what order to do this, because it's such a... I don't want to, like, you know, there's like, okay, main topic or intro, go to this new topic, then there's a tangent, and then that tangent has tangents 1 and 2, and then we go back into this one, and then this one, but then this one has a tangent, and another tangent, and another tangent, and then we have to go back up here. Do you know what I mean? But I don't know, I guess they're all evergreen tutorials. It's not like people are, like, waiting for... I mean, some people would be waiting for the next video, but that's their problem, not mine. There's a lot of shorts, can be a sort of web of related videos rather than a series. Yeah, I think I might turn little bits into shorts. Who can decide what they already know and skip some videos? Yeah, but it's more about... Like, everything that I'm doing is kind of like lots of common knowledge, but applied in a particular pipeline, workflow. I don't know what the words would be, but I don't know. Evil Cookies. Cascadeur still free. Heard somewhere they changed the costing. You can essentially get an unlimited trial for free, but you can't export the animations as FBX. But they added a indie pricing tier, which I think is like $90. But it's a perpetual license. So you pay $90 for like a year of updates at the indie tier, and then you, at the end of that year, whatever version you got, like, at the end of it, you get that for the rest of ever, and you can keep using it for commercial stuff, with whatever license you had that was perpetualized. But yeah, it's definitely worth, like, checking it out, seeing the cool features and stuff, and then if it is useful for you, to consider getting the, you know, the indie license. Sorry, let me keep catching up. What do you think about Threat Interactive? I told you about Threat Interactive at the start of the video, the stream. I think that doing videos on performance and optimization is like always a good thing. I think the tone of the videos are a little bit like sensational. It's very like us versus them, and a bit like abrasive for the sake of, I don't know. It comes off as a little bit like I'm so much better than you all. Or like, you know, why didn't they just let me design the engine? Because I would have done it this way and blah, 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 blah. But I think there are like some things to be learned. But then I was also talking about like when people are starting making content and whatnot, and they like hit something that just like goes ham. Like, you know, drama is usually the drama and that kind of shit is like, you know, it gets views. Then they can like, you know, they can get stuck into that. They can lean into it a bit too far. And whenever they try and do something else, like his other videos, like the frame breakdowns of like, I think it was like one of the Need for Speed games and whatnot. I think those breakdowns are like very informative, but obviously they don't get as many views as like, you know, Unreal Engine is racist or something. I don't know. Fuck, whatever. Or like cancel Unreal Engine, or I don't fucking know. So I don't know. If I had money, I'd do a better job. I mean, well, yeah, that's like the one actual criticism I'd have, because like I don't mind people doing. If people want drama, then they're gonna seek out drama. You know, and if you're just the middleman, then like whatever, who fucking cares? But I do think the tone of the videos, it's obviously very intentionally polarizing. And then on top of that, you know, asking for funding to make a branch of an open source engine that does a better job or whatnot is like, there's clearly a conflict of interest. Whereas I think if the videos were like just laid out as, okay, here's Nanite in this scenario, and here's traditional rendering in this scenario. This is why some people lose frames in this kind of thing. This is how Nanite works. This is how traditional rendering works. Here's the pros and cons, whatever. Make your own assumptions. Then... and, you know, if people could make their own decisions, then I think no one would have, like, a problem with it. I mean, people would always... people had a problem when I made that video about motion matching, where I was like, you know, motion matching, it's really good. Like, it looks amazing. It seems really cool, but you've got to have this gigantic library of animation, and it's more expensive than, you know, traditional just blend spaces, which are... blend spaces are obviously deterministic. And so I did a test, which was like a, you know, a kind of not totally scientific, but made perfect sense, where I used the exact same character blueprint, running all of the same blueprint logic. And the only thing I changed between them was the anim graph, one of which was using motion matching, one of which was using blend spaces. Like, very bare bones blend space, you know, intentionally very light, because that's what most games can get away with. And, you know, obviously there's a performance difference between them and whatever. And then someone linked me this video, like, a couple of days later of this guy that was like, he wouldn't even call me out by name. But he was like, recently I've seen, like, you know, a video of, like, a particular content creator, blah, 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 blah. And he, like, put together this kind of... It was just... I don't know. It was that... he did, like, the motion matching character with, like, you know, 50 characters or whatever, getting, like, 30 FPS or whatever. And then in his B test, it was 50 ALS v4 characters with their original mesh, which is completely different to the one, you know, it's like, the ALS mesh is, like, way fucking higher poly and whatever than it really needs to be. Like, especially compared to the UE5 mannequin. And then ALS is doing all this blueprint stuff, which is, like, not everyone's going to be doing ALS amounts of whatever. So his conclusion ended up being that motion matching is more performant than traditional animation somehow. And I was just like, like... Because then there's, like, people agreeing and being like, oh yeah, like, motion matching's, like, the future, and, like, this guy has no clue what he's fucking talking about, like, who is this guy, who's he think he is, blah, 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 blah. And so I feel like a lot of people became misled. And, like, some people obviously pointed out that, hey, like, using ALS as, like, an example of traditional animation is, like, super not, you know, like, representative of what 99% of people are doing. Like, it's an intentionally over-engineered template project to show off what is possible in the animation graph and whatever. So he, like, redid the test, and yeah, it turns out that, okay, motion matching is more expensive than ALS when you, like, change the mesh and the something. But anyway, the moral of the story is that people are always gonna, like, no matter what opinion you give, even if that opinion is based on facts and, like, metrics and numbers, some people are always going to be unhappy. And that goes for, like, Thread Interactive, whether that's his side of people being unhappy about Unreal, or Unreal fanboys being upset that he's making videos about how, like, you know, Nanite and Lumen aren't very performant and whatever. It's like, well, yeah, no fucking duh. Like, they're next generation thingos. They're not, like, designed to be performant. They're designed to be... They're not designed for current generation hardware. They're designed for people that are making games now for, you know, the next 2 or 3 generations and whatnot. Like, Nanite doesn't make things faster. It makes you able to do more shit without the scaling, you know, like, hitting that really terrible scaling with traditional rendering. But most people don't need that. So therefore they gain performance when they disable Nanite. And it's like, you could just say that in the video, and then people would be like, oh yeah, like, Nanite's not for me, but, like, I can see why other people would use it and how the technology is really interesting and fucking whatever. I don't know. People are just, I don't know. People just want to, like, yell at something. Everyone's angry, but they don't know what they're angry at, so they find something to just, like, yell at, or someone to yell at. And that's why you should buy my 10-part course on modular characters for only $150,000 per month. Just kidding. It's not. You don't have to pay any. It's free. It's free. Also, Sov, you said you should sell that blend file. I'd pay to have a hands-on resource like that. You will be getting it for free. I'll be including blend files for all this of, like, my character as, like, an example and how things work and that kind of thing. So that people can just, like, have a little geese and whatnot. My rent is high, I better start a Twitter rant on Unreal Engine. True? How dare you say, I don't know what I'm angry at? I mean... Okay, some people know what they're angry at, but a lot of people are just angry. A lot of people just have feelings that need to be let out. But I think that there are more constructive ways to, you know, to, like, to talk about things. I think the just going back, I know we're talking about Thread Interactive because it's, like, totally viral, man. It's, like, the topic of the day. The videos aren't opening up a discussion about rendering and workflow and pros and cons. They're just, like, telling one side of the story, you know? Which I think is, again, as a content creator, it's a good way to farm views. As, like, someone... If you're someone trying to further the Unreal Engine community and contribute, like, so, you know, like someone that just, like, releases, like, free tutorials for, like, everyone to, like, reference and shit, and, like, you know, like, you know, doesn't lock anything behind their Patreon, and, like, you know, someone like that. I don't know. See, I was going to fix UE, they just need money. Yeah, exactly, exactly. I mean, I'm going to fix Unreal Engine, but I just need a small loan of $1 million. Temporal aliens is an Antichrist or something. Yeah, yeah. I think, honestly, I think the TAA, like, temporal anti-aliasing for, like, Lumen and stuff is, like, actually really smart. Rather than needing to, like, compute, you know, the lighting every single frame at full quality, you compute it over multiple frames at a lower quality, but use temporal jittering to make it, you know, not look like complete garbage. But, you know. Isn't it actually very fun? Similar measures that shouldn't introduce any overhead, but also simplifies more complex measures. Sorry, it's wrong here. Inherent using 990 is more expensive than not using it at all, but there are plenty of videos which explain it better, in which cases it makes sense to use or not. Anything that requires some compute shaders to be used during the rendering pass for nano-specific stuff. These compute shaders have some base cost. Yeah. Yeah, it's like a scaling. It's a scaling thing. Like the classic, you know, traditional rendering, if you're not rendering anything, then you have no cost. But then the more things you're rendering and the more complex things you're rendering, the higher the cost goes. But then Nanite is more like, turn Nanite on, performance drops instantly with a blank scene. Again, this isn't scientific, but whatever. But the scaling is much better. So if your game sits around like here for the most part, which is a lot of games, then like Nanite doesn't make sense. If your game is going, you know, beyond this realm, then Nanite makes sense. Yeah, look good at high FPS full render scale. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, actually, I never even thought of that, because if you're using TAA at 30 FPS or at 60 FPS even, then it obviously has to, like, it has less. It takes longer, like, perceived time, like true time, to do its whole process. Hmm. Yeah. Doesn't that make sense even before the threshold? Yeah, I mean, Nanite has a lot of, like, workflow benefits. Like, you can just kind of be a bit dirtier. You can be a little dirty boy. Bill usually don't get his most of the games out of the moment using early version UE5, each new version, getting things faster, and early versions no one knew well enough the new tech besides Epic. It's like any new tech, it gets better each time, people learning how to work. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I don't... Okay, so here's the thing, right? With this character stuff. I don't know when to talk about hair and clothing physics. Like, do I want to talk about clothing physics and hair physics when we're talking about adding additional bones to the character rig? Or do I want to be like, oh, you can add... You know, let's add something to the base character, like, you know, titty bones. Or, like, butt jiggle bones. Or, they're probably the only ones that make sense. Or maybe stomach jiggle as well. So we add the extra bones. We do some weight painting. We show that, you know, if you lock all of these ones, you can make sure that it doesn't blah, 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 blah. And then down here, when we're talking about clothing and armor, then we add extra bones for the clothing and the hair, and then talk about doing a cage transfer, like, you know, transfer to and from a template object. Maybe that makes sense. I need to wee. BRB. Hello, I'm back. Hi, back, I'm Dad. Ha ha ha. Starting a fund for 900k to get mental health. Yeah, sounds good. I mean, if you were in America, it would cost that much, right? It costs 900k to get mental assistance. Skull bag, weight transfer is good. Weight transfer is really good for my skull. They need a test to be sure. Dress is good. Let's say you need nitro touch transfer. Clothing physics. Let's add extra bones for clothing jiggle. We do thighs. Well, I do what? Belt thingos. Some from the thighs for skirt. Extension from skirt for dresses. But then calf ones for baggy pants. Oh, unless I can just... No, yeah, I'd have to do it from calves. Calf children. Baggy pants. Hair cage. Backpack. Bone. Fucking bones everywhere. Fuck. And so after weight transfer is done, blah, 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 blah. Clothing, yarn, modular characters. Okay, then we can chuck it in engine with kawaii physics to see it in action. And that's end of video. So that's end of video 6. Number 7. So this is where we would need... This is... Video 7 is where we actually start putting shit in the engine. Now, I know that the mutable plugin has... I guess we go mutable. Plugin. Basically, literally just cover the most very basic mesh merging. I guess we look at the texture atlasing stuff. Oh, that's the other thing with the clothing. Fucking fuck. That's something that I need to... sort out your UVs. Blah, blah, blah. Morph target baking. Yes, yes. Oh, I might talk about that in number 8. So just do the very basics here, like we have helmet on or helmet off. I know mutable can kind of do... It kind of has built-in logic for like you can wear this or you can't wear this when you're wearing this. Almost like an equipment system built in. But that kind of feels really... that feels almost like UI having gameplay logic, you know? It's like the equivalent of like UI actually dictating gameplay stuff rather than reflecting gameplay stuff or triggering gameplay stuff. But then, like, where's the line between an equipment system and, you know, the modular character stuff? Because this is all just, like, the art/tech side of it. I don't really want to have to fucking go over, like, here's how you set up an inventory and equipment system just for the sake of showing off the plugin. So I think if it's just like, explain that your game will have some kind of equipment/inventory system, but for this example, we are using hard-coded arrays of meshes and shit. So we're just going to hard-code an array, but in your game, you'd need to gather an array of assets to merge and whatnot. So then cover the most very basic mesh merging. I know that Mutable has like an asset thing. Where like the mesh and the texture and stuff is all encapsulated. Yeah. I also don't know whether to... I guess I should cover, like, alternative workflows. Like, if you're not using the texture atlasing functionality, because, you know, maybe you only have 3 interchangeable pieces of equipment, and therefore you know that you only have 3 texture slots in your material, and each equipment like thing corresponds to that texture, you know, name. So that's super straightforward. You can just do that all in the material by just setting the texture parameter. Maybe I'll talk about texture atlasing or like mutable texture atlasing versus material texture param slots, and talk about memory versus performance versus modularity. Because obviously if you're doing a texture atlas for every character, you can then add things like, oh, I've got like a piece of armor and it's getting atlased into, you know, the global character atlas for this character. So it will be like, oh, I've got like, here's like all the other textures. Maybe on this texture we've got all our gloves, and it's like, okay, we've got a glove here, we've got a glove there, a glove here, all the gloves are whatever. Here we've got like a piece of armor, and this is like our character's head and body and legs and whatnot, all like UV'd out. And then when we merge the character together, we could have like 100 different pieces of equipment, and it would take all of the bits we specify. So it's like, oh, we want the body of the character, and it has its own little rectangle. And it'll be like, oh, yep, let's yeet it into the character atlas. It goes here. When the meshes get merged together, it will put the body's UVs here. It'll like rearrange it so it all corresponds and shit. You know, it'll put the armor here, like it packs it all together. But then if there's 2 characters wearing the same piece of armor, then this texture data appears twice in memory, or 100 times in memory, if there's 100 characters wearing it. But then you can do things like, okay, like, we can overlay, like, a pattern on this armor. Maybe it's, like, gilded or some shit. Rune-trimmed armor. And so then it's like, okay, well, this character has, like, the trimmed version, and this one doesn't. Therefore, it's technically not wasted memory. But it's still, I don't know. Do you know what I mean? Like, you could do, like, oh, I've got pants. I've got fabric pants 01. But then I can just, like, give it a striped texture without needing to bake a striped version from Blender. I can just put that texture mask on it. That will get yeeted into the, you know, when the texture atlas gets populated. And then it will just be there, baked. So, I don't know. It's probably worth, yeah, outlining both methods. I think I will go with the texture atlas. Because I also wanted to dick around with, like, there's, like, leather armor. But then you could print a different normal map onto it. So it could be, like, regular leather armor, or it could be, like, kind of like, you know, reptile, kind of scaly looking thingo. Or, like, you know, dragon hide leather armor, which looks different again, like normal map-wise. But it just gets masked onto it as, like, an overlay. What are you doing? I made all the UV standardized, so X thing always sits on the same UV island. Yeah, that's what I used to do. So it would be like flesh, helmet, body, gloves, you know, legs, boots, something else, something else, something else. And then, you know, you've got 9 different texture samples sitting in the material. But if we do this, like, generated atlas method, you only use 1 texture sample, which is already a performance gain. But obviously the memory kind of gets a bit crazy. Because you're doing, like, big-ass textures. Which is fine, but it also means that you can have, rather than only being able to have 9 pieces of equipment, you can start doing, like, really modularized characters. Like, oh, this character has earrings, and the earrings have their own tiny little texture that, you know, sits here on the atlas. Or, like, wherever it fits itself. Or like, if a character is naked, they might only use up this much texture space. Therefore, their atlas is only going to be, like, you know, 256 by 256. And so, yeah. It's also, like, how many, like, let's say you've got 100 different pieces of armor. And then every single between all the characters on screen, all 100 pieces of that armor are being worn. It depends if the armor's already in atlases, doesn't it? Like a gloves atlas. I don't know. I guess we'll just find out. Fuck around, find out, you know. Because, yeah, I have, like, done this before and gotten it to a point where, like, I was happy with it and it, like, did all of the things. But it kind of felt limiting like, you know, what if I wanted a character to have, like, a mechanical arm or something? You know, some sort of, like, clockwork prosthetic. It's like, where does that slot in to this system? Like, it doesn't. So, I like the idea that the atlas per character means that you can just keep adding and adding meshes, which means you can then modularize your equipment system more. And also, like, you know, do, like, kind of or skinned decals, or, like, projections, or, like, different patterns without having to generate more assets. Because you could just have a generic, you know, striped pattern texture, and you could apply it to 100 different clothing textures, rather than having 100 different clothing textures and then having duplicates of them for, like, these are the baggy pants 01, but they're stripy, and these are the baggy pants 01, but they're checkered, you know? So I think you could end up, if you were doing that kind of thing, you could end up saving memory in a kind of weird way. But yeah, I'm guessing the plugin does a lot of, like, culling and, you know, just generate, like, a half resolution texture. Because you could kind of say that, yeah, like, NPCs that are kind of out of scope, you could just generate them with a half res texture, and then maybe when you interact with one, like, talk to one, or, like, attack one, or one of them starts to attack you, then you could generate the full res version asynchronously, and it would kind of update the texture, you know, when it was able to. Because it does do it all async, or as much as it can asynchronously. But yeah, I'll go over, like, multiple ways of doing that kind of stuff. Oh, there is actually, I've probably talked, I think I have talked about this on stream before. But doing it's called the Prismatica Prismatica Global Parameter Atlas. The PGPA. Prismatica Global Parameter Atlas. I don't like that. It's not necessarily global, but it's like a global... It's like a... You know, like, in materials, you can't have arrays. You can't just be like, oh, add this to an array. Like, you can't have n number of parameters. Do you know what I mean? What would this be called? Prismatica Global Parameter Atlas. It is like one... It's like a shared... what would I even call it? It's the same kind of idea as the voxel paint idea, but it's 2D. Shared parameter stack. That's sexual. Parameter stack. I like that. The Prismatica... The PSPS. No, I already have a PSPS. Not SAC. Stack. Prismatica Parameter Stack Atlas. Yeah. But the idea is, like, we do... on a second UV channel. everything fun happens on a second UV channel, right? Kind of like the material map. I mean, it literally is, but yeah. So like it's like a material ID system. But we can be like, okay, the hands belong over here. As long as they're all just like separated by, you know, their own section. So I could be like hands here, hands there, hands here. But then when we generate the character, we split these verts and we put them in this like giant atlas. Like everyone just references this, I don't know, 1K by 1K atlas. And we just get these little UV dudes and we put them... This is like a 1 pixel per parameter atlas, right? So we have all these tiny little pixels and shit. And we're like, okay, these hands, you know, hands of character 01, whatever, belong here. And the left hand goes here. And whatever. And then on the character material, where we can change, you know, the color of the fingernails, for example. We can just be like, okay, if we're using a grayscale mask, so if I go to like the texture paint and I go to the default character, man, human body testo, and I just go to the blue channel, you can see that, you know, I've painted the nails, right? So 0 equals color number 2, gray equals the primary color, like the skin tone, and then you can use white for something else. In the atlas, we use... This is going to get really fucking complex. I've like, it makes sense in my head, you know? Like, it all works out. It all checks out. Just trust. But we do bit shifting, and we turn a 32-bit render target into 4 8-bit colors. Following? So we can essentially stack 4 colors in 1 pixel. That being, funnily enough, the black color, the gray color, and the white color, and then another one for just other parameters that we might need. I think one of the last one will actually be a reference to its object coordinate in the UVs. So we then sample this atlas, spit that out, and then use the alpha channel of the 4th parameter in the stack to then feed into the UVs of the same texture, but it's referencing the object parameters. Does that make any sense? Probably doesn't make any sense. But, because obviously we can have any number of pieces of equipment on our character, right? So all of the equipment piece parameters need to be stored in an atlas like this. It could be a separate atlas, but I'd probably just chuck it in here itself. For things like what quality or what durability or what how wet is this piece of clothing. Like any kind of parameter that's constantly changing that we don't necessarily want to bake into the texture. Because if we did something like durability and baked like, you know, the cracked metal and the whatever into the texture, every time we get hit, we'd be recalculating our entire character atlas, which is bad. But if we could just say everything in this region is this object, and now this object is, you know, has lost durability, we just change the parameter, or we change the pixel color on the atlas, and it just updates on this anyway. Another benefit which I think is actually really cool, is if we had a piece of clothing, like, I don't know, maybe it's like a dress, but it has like multiple UV sections. It's like this color, but the sleeves are this other color, and it's this quality level, and it's got this durability, and all that kind of shit. It would have its own little set of, like, parameters, right? But then when it gets merged onto a character, those parts of the new character mesh can just reference this same spot on the atlas, you know? We don't have to, like, reapply a bunch of parameters. And then when we take off that piece of clothing and, like, someone else wears it, those, you know, UVs of their character start referencing this part here. Parameters are on the text. Yeah, exactly. And that way we can have n number of parameters rather than needing to, in the material, be like, okay, we've got equipment piece number 1, durability parameter, the quality parameter, the wetness parameter, the blood soakedness parameter, color number 1, color number 2, color number 3. And then, okay, equipment piece number 2, do all the same. Equipment piece number 3, do all the same. Because then we'd end up with, like, 100 different, you know, parameter sets. But what if we're only wearing, like, what if our character's naked? Like, we don't need all that extra shit going on in the shader. So this way, we offset the UVs at merge time to point to a place on the atlas, and the UVs can get spread, you know, across however many rows or however many, you know, columns or pixels or whatever, depending on how many parameters or, like, sections they need. And then, yeah. Does anyone know what I'm... As long as the UVs are pointing to the right place, as long as the UVs point to the right place, we can have an infinite or a variable number of parameters in a material for all the modular bits. Building has gas leak. Godspeed, lads. Oh, fuck. Yeah, hopefully it doesn't explode, because that would be kind of fucked up. But good luck, Krim. I take it you're probably not going to be streaming later, then. Yeah, I'm actually pumped as fuck to, like, put this together. Because I think it solves, like, one of the biggest issues with, like, character materials. Which is that materials are inherently not modular because they're pre-compiled, you know? So this, to be referenced, has all the material states you need for all the character parts combined. We have specifically every part, character, cloth, armor. Yeah, even all the individual pieces of armor and all the individual subsections of the armor. So, if there's, like, a piece of armor that's, like, it's a breastplate, but it's got some leather straps on it, and maybe it's got, like, I don't know, like a cloth tabard over the top of that, and that's one piece of equipment, we'd want to be able to change the color of the cloth, the color of the metal, the roughness of the metal, the color of the leather straps, you know, the overall durability of it, and that kind of thing. we'd need to know which parts are cloth and which parts are metal so that we could apply damage effects differently to each part of it. And so all of each section, so like the metal here, the cloth part here, the leather straps here, when we... Let's just say this is the metal part here. This is the leather parts, and this is the cloth parts. In the UV editing, we put them in separate little bits. Then when we merge, we say everything in the first 1/16th of the X direction of the UV thing, we're going to put you at this pixel here. Everything in the second 16th in the X-axis of the second UV channel, we're going to put right here. And everything in the third bit, we put right here. And then if we had the big material atlas thing, then, you know, this would just be like a pixel color. A color pixel. Which then gets reflected in, you know, those parts of the character. But it just means that for that piece of armor, it only has 3, you know, kind of vertex sections. Whereas, like, a really complex piece of clothing, maybe it's like a full body piece of armor, it's all one piece or whatever. It can have, like, you know, 16 different sections that all have their own parameters for, like, how it gets colored. Some bits are made of cloth, some bits are made of metal, some bits are made of hair or wool or something that needs a different shader effect. And it doesn't have to be, like, set in stone, and you can kind of have overlaps, which was something that I couldn't really do in the previous system. So, yeah. Yeah, and then this like, bit shifting idea, someone, I forget who it was, I need to, like, look them up again. They messaged me on Discord, but they wrote a thing in the material graph that could take four vectors and combine them into a single... Well, it would turn each 4 vector into a float value, like an encoded float value. And then you could turn all 4 of those float values into a vector 4. And then you could unpack that into... You could unpack that vector 4 into 4 floats again. And then each of those floats into another vector 4. And the main purpose for that at the time was to use a vertex interpolator. Int. So that I'd only use... Because you only get a limited number of vertex interpolators per shader, because they use up a UV channel. So by doing this, you essentially put, like, 4 vertex interpolators worth of data into one vertex interpolator, and then you've got 3 more to fuck around with, you know? Just by encoding 32-bit floats into 8-bit colors. We lose a float precision? Yeah, but it was for things... It was just for, like, colors that then go into grayscale lerps for, like, the clothing colors. And I think... What's 8-bit? Is that right? No, if it's 8-bit color. Is 8-bit color just 256 colors? Let me. How many colors in... No, but it's 8-bit floats. How many values in 8 bits? Yeah, 256 in 8 bits. So yeah, that would be that times 3 times 3. Sorry, not times 3. It would be 256. Because you'd have 256 red possible values multiplied by the 256 green possible values multiplied by the 256 possible blue values. So we'd have... Is that right? 16 million possible colors in a... Because it's 32-bit floats, which means that a vector 4 is 4 32-bit vector, or 4 32-bit floats. And then... Yeah. 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 I can just I can open it up. I can show you. It works. Like, it straight up works. Although you do get weird float precision loss if the value exceeds 1, because then the kind of decimal shit fucks up, and I can show you. Wouldn't it be adding? Well, it's like permutations, right? Right, okay. I don't know, I can show you it in action. This is a hell of a diagram. One hell of a diagram for modular characters and the Giga Pris Atlas thing. Cool. Oh my god, what a cool plugin. Imagine that plugin getting updated. That would be so funny. Where was... Oh, fuck. Where was this material? Was this it? This was it. So this is... Okay, yeah, this is color number 1, right? And we can just like, I think if I change this, it should update. Oh no, I have to click OK for it to do it. Let's just put a sphere in the world, right? Or a cube. Or a giant ball. The ball. They call me Ball Man. Alright. Nice. There we go. So we have a ball. We have... color. They call me Ball Man. So you can see here's the encode function, which is doing... let me just... He's doing this. uint combined equals 0. 32-bit uint combined. Fucking whatever. Int color. Da-da-da-da-da. Whatever this means. I think this is bit shift. 24, 16, 8, none. Some of you might be able to decipher this. And then the decode instruction is... this here. Oh, let me close that. Right? So yeah, it is 8-bit per dude. Uh, 24 bits to the left. Yeah. So we're packing 4 floats into 1 float. Or 4 8-bit floats. So this is compound bitwise or assignment operator, and this is the bit shift operator. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, and then it undoes it here and does that. I think this is... I don't know if this is supposed to be... If one of them's supposed to be... I think they're both supposed to be 255. I mean, it works, but whatever. So yeah, so now if we go... These are all going in there, right? I'm just not popping them out the other side, but you can see we do 4 colors, 4 vectors get encoded into floats. The floats get packed into a vector 4, or a float 4. Vertex interpolator, only one of them, very cool. We then break them back out into 4 floats, and then those floats get decoded back into vector 4s. So this can now go into there, and that's its thing. And then as for the color accuracy, like, I don't know, I can't see any difference. I could take this and go distance. Maybe just the RGB distance. It's going to be negligible. It's literally going to be unseeable. But yeah, like it... Do you know what I mean? Now, obviously, this isn't free, right? This, like, costs stuff to do. But if we encoded 4 colors into one color, at the texture atlas stage, then all we'd have to do is unpack them. You know? I think it does lose some data when it logs down. Yeah, it will lose data, but it's kind of negligible. Because we're only picking solid colors is kind of the gist of it, right? And then using that in, you know, texture. Oh. I don't know, what's one of my character things? Backpack texture, I guess. Backpack texture, 3 lerp 3 color. That's the alpha. And then, so the texture is full, you know, full precision. And it's just going to blend between these colors. I do need to clamp these. And the clamp is just there to ensure that they each don't fuck shit up, basically. Oh, and vertex in... Oh, no, that should be it, yeah. So that's getting clamped. They're all going into here, doing the thing, coming out, getting decoded into... Ah, they're not going into here. There we go. Perfection. And I could, just to show that they actually blend without banding, get like a rocky dirt. Use the B channel from that. And yeah, there's no like banding between them. Whereas if you took, this is where it kind of gets a bit fucky. Let's say I've got like a gradient, right? Gradient texture. And like this looks good. I'll just go into unlit mode. Oh, we're getting a bit of doodle dicking. Okay, you can see that Z fighting I was talking about. But I'm trying to... Oh, is it? Ah, it's because this isn't clamped. That would be affecting the overall outcome at the end. No, still getting precision loss. That is RGB and thingo. Oh, this is going a No, but that's getting clamped. Interesting. Yeah, I know that things were getting a bit fucky when some values were at 100%. Maybe it honestly just has to go a bit more clamped. Oh, wait, no. Is it because I changed how some of them were written? Or maybe the decode is slightly different. No, I think it's... there is a slight difference, but I don't know why. Encoder color. I wonder why it's getting fucking imprecision again. Yeah, in the... Oh god, in the encoding? Can you, like, not do that? Thanks. Is it the vert interpolator? Maybe... you know what it would be? Actually, okay, I know what it is. It's that this mesh isn't using full precision UVs. So when I use a vertex interpolator, it's switching to 16-bit UV precision, which then fucks with it. But if I use a mesh that has full precision UVs set, like, I think a character by default has full precision. Let me out here. I just want to prove that this works, right? I mean, honestly, the vertex interpolator wouldn't even be needed for the character stuff, because it's literally just sampling a texture, which is kind of cheap, but I don't know. I'll see how it goes, Goblin. Let me just find a mesh to use. Like content. The new character. Is it in ZDump? Is it in here? Rig skeleton testes. All fixed, ready to boober. Right. Let me get this. Chuck it on this mesh. Which then, if I use vertex interpolator, which I do have, then, okay, I can still see the Z fighting here. It's kind of subtle, but you can see it. But then go to this mesh and, oh wait, can you do this for, can you do it for characters? Window, asset details, full, use full precision UVs, bam. Save, cool, save, go back to here. Oh, you son of a bitch, there's still fucking Z fighting. Precision fighting. Did I change something here? Because this was doing an encode vert interpolated decode base color. But then you can see here that it's doing fuckerizing, you know? You can see the weird Z fighting. I literally solved this issue. Why is it getting shitty? Maybe the clamps have to be tighter. Okay, I think it is just the clamp values have to be clampier. Just so we don't round up to 1 or 0. Yeah. But maybe these are supposed to be 254 in the encode stage. Which means I can maybe get away with more here. That looks fine. Oh no, yeah, when I go full, when the length exceeds 1, yeah, we get some fuckery. I think that is supposed to be this. Save. It's still fucked, but it looks fine. I think the clamp just needs to be a bit. I mean, you could obviously clamp it and then undo the clamp on the other side. So like kind of condense it down to a slightly smaller color space. So yeah, now it's fixed itself. There was a very tiny bit there. Maybe it has to clamp further. But yeah, that looks pretty much fine to me. Yeah. The weird glitchiness only ever happens if one of the values is like at 1 or 0 or both. Because then it can't... Yeah. So yeah, now in theory we should be able to vertex interpolate, break it out into a float 4 again, and then lerp it through the gradient without fuckery. Which is true. That's exactly what we get. So 4 colors condensed into 1 color, and then unpacked into 4 colors again, and then lerped into a texture. So that will be the method for kind of hiding 4 different parameters in 1 pixel of this character atlas, material atlas, variable number of parameters bullshit thing that I'm gonna do. Which is going to be sick. It's going to be sick. Ugh. Gonna get better using bitwise operations. Yeah, it's kind of fucked up how like powerful it is. Because like now I'm thinking, oh, like I can encode like 8 different values into a UV channel at 8-bit precision. Which is like so sick. Anyway, an ad's playing, so GG. I reckon I might. I know we didn't fucking do anything today, but like, I don't know. Oh, Yeah, right. I might have to wrap up soon. Oh, we're talking about gear. 1660 Super. Super duper. What was that, Elliot? Right, in Thingo. Huh. My audio just shit itself for a second. But... oh no, my audio's out of sync. My audio is out of sync. So I'm just going to have to hide behind this pop filter so that you guys can't... you can't tell that my audio is out of sync with my mouth. Scale the float forward channel 0.1 to 8-bit range, 0 to 255. Yeah, okay, so it is 255. I'm multiplying it. Pack the 8-bit values into the unsigned integer. Yeah, okay. Yeah. And then obviously you'd have to unpack it for it to be useful. Fuck, I've just got like so many... there's so many things. There's so many things that I'm going to be doing. I wonder how many of them I'll actually do. Just kidding, I'm going to do everything. I'm going to do everything. We've got the modular character series. I've already planned 8 episodes. And then we've got the Ballbot character movement. Which, you know, I'll actually get up so you guys can see what the fuck that was all about. The Ballbots. The Ballbots. Custom Prismatica character movement horse shit. Bro, how old's that phone? It's an iPhone 6. Why would I need... it's a... you know... Clappy's delay? Yeah, I know. It's... yes, Oz. Quick. Physical character movement. This guy. Yeah, I know. No, okay, he's gonna fall over. Why are you not moving? Also, ignore that the character isn't, like, rotating properly. That's the other thing I was gonna rip some of the animations from the motion matching thing, so that I could have, like, running sideways animations, so that this wouldn't look as stupid. Yeah, physical character movement using a fucking ball and a self-balancing robot. How dumb is that idea? Like, literally, I have some fucking dumb ideas. But this one takes the fucking cake. It's genius. I feel like it's simultaneously the dumbest shit in the world, but it's also actually kind of smart when you think about it, you know? Like for my kind of game, you know? Like, where you want characters to feel, like, real and as though they're actually, like, a part of the world and that kind of thing. Has it run on 20 FPS? No, it runs better than the inbuilt character movement. And obviously once I put it all into C++, it will be, like, faster. Do you know what I mean? Obviously this has a bunch of debug traces as well, but, like, I'm not going under cap. Isn't that how Boneworks does it? Maybe? Let me, I don't know. I know, like, a lot of games do, like, a fully physically simulated kind of thing. How it bone works. Let's begin with movement basics.
So the game kind of difficult to describe in one video. Of course, with the Half-Life Alyx videos, I did exactly this, and their mechanics are actually much simpler to describe, which makes it nice and easy. Higher players'
Oh, wait, hold on. Is that a...
legs? There's no feet.
Yo!
That's the real-time or simulation rig, whichever one is which. Let's have a look at the physics first. So again, the physics rig contains all the calculations, mass, and jointing for all the body solver physics. Let's have a look at the body solver physics. Here we are. It's actually much simpler than what you think you see. There's no legs, there's no feet, there's no arms. Why? Because what you need is you need a way of moving through the world while also
omnidirectionally
keeping an understanding of that controller rig, the entire VR structure. So, a very, very cool idea that Brandon came up with here was this idea of the locomotion sphere. Now, they've given you nice information, so you could literally replicate this in your own engine or whatever. It's a 0.2 meter radius, blah, blah, blah. High friction. Very, very important. Essentially what it does is it just rolls you around. Now, you may have played a game called, what's it called? Marble Madness. Or another game, if you're like me, and you play Sierra games, you may have played a game called Switchball. Really cool.
Or Monkey Ball.
Yeah. So what happens is only when you're on ground can you actually roll with it. The problem with that, of course, is when you're standing on something that can also move. So here we have a box that will also move. Here we have a box that will also move, and you can see as I move.
Yeah, get the friction! And the yes!
My rolly ball, my locomotion.
I'm not dumb!
Actually causes the object below me to move instead.
Exactly, exactly.
Quite simply put, there's high friction. The idea is the ball pushes this way, the ball pushes this way, the person goes that way. And of course the ground gets pushed. But
I'm not stupid.
The ground is not able to be pushed.
I'm not stupid.
All of that force just gets transferred to me as a character. So it's all useful. And of course that keeps our complete consistency between the player's movement physics and the game world physics. Now there's a problem with this. Imagine you tried to roll that ball now here on an edge or here on a wall. And you can see that I just slide along the wall. At no point, even in nice slow motion, at no point does my ball push me upwards, vertically upwards. If you imagine having a sort of spherical object, let's run through here and get back in here. Whee! Whoop. And grab this ball here, right? If you imagine that this ball is attempting to roll, or we could just do this.
Yeah, it makes you do gang signs. True.
I'll explain that in a bit as well. I might explain that in another video. So, again, here what happens is we've got a ball.
I love that he's just fucking devlogging. Instead of drawing he's just doing shit in the game to explain how the game works. That's like meta as fuck.
A torque to rotate and starts rolling. The problem is, if that happens to get close to a wall, this will happen.
Then it yeets
roll,
up.
and then it'll continue rolling, and it'll push upwards. You see how that happens? It pushes upwards. So what will end up happening is you'll get a sort of bounce. Well, it doesn't work very well with this ball, but there are some bouncy balls down there that I can probably try as well. It'll roll, it'll push on there, and then gravity will take effect, and it'll bounce down again. That you're not seeing happen. As you can see, I hit the wall, and I never lift off the ground. That's because there's actually a second sphere. So we have a second sphere here. This one here. And that one, they've named the Fender Collider. So this is where you start to get an understanding of what's actually going on. Think about it. We have a rolling ball that moves along the ground by pushing on it, by rolling and pushing with friction. And then you have a shielding object called a fender. Essentially, our player is a vehicle. What you're dealing with here, and this is something that I've described in my platforming games as well. What you're dealing with when you're dealing with a player like this, and you're working with a certain level of game physics, you're dealing with something that essentially acts as a car. It acts as a vehicle. Here we've got a quite literal vehicle. We've got a ball that moves, that rotates, and pushes you essentially as a motor, and then you've got a fender that protects from certain things. Now, a real-world fender probably doesn't protect from you rolling up walls, but at least this one does. And you can see here the exact inverse happening. Prevents kickback, under the knee RB, so you've got an under-knee rigged body, so this is where the knees are here. And then you've got zero friction, so the exact opposite of the other one, which is high friction. It's zero friction, it means that I can slide along the wall.
I'm guessing their... Oh, no, their characters can rotate, right? Because, like, you can lean in VR. Oh, maybe. It feels like their implementation is... It's like in this implementation, we're actually self-balancing using robotics, right? Like the ball is always trying to get under the center of gravity, which causes it to balance itself. And then the capsule is applying torque to then, you know, accelerate or like to cause the feet to move to do the thing, right? So if I do this, I can like slip over. I don't know if you can slip over. I feel like in Boneworks, they've constrained it to, like they've constrained the tilt. I don't know if your camera can, your player can like trip over like that, you know? Which is something that I intentionally want to happen. I want characters to be able to trip over and eat shit, basically. And the way I've kind of done a fender in their terms is that the character capsule is bigger than the feet capsule. But yeah, it's so fucking weird that, like, 4 years ago,
imagining all of this time that when we roll
someone came to the same conclusion that, like, doing an omnidirectional sphere to represent the feet, you know, like actually tracking and that kind of shit.
Our camera tracking and our controller.
I feel so like I feel so validated, you know, because like I started this and I was like, people are gonna think like I'm actually a spastic, like full on. What's this guy doing? This isn't gonna work. It's like pointless. But like whoever showed me this, I feel like it's all gonna be okay. Zini Panini, you made me feel very happy.
Can just move with it, but that's not the case. You see, if
like Exanima, I love running full speed and tripping over a plane. Yeah, exactly. Well, the Twitch chat calls everything pointless. Yeah, that's true.
On the ball.
That is true.
We've got a huge problem because that ball is going to rotate. We're going to be tilting all over the place, right? So it can't be sitting on that. So you're probably saying, okay, well, it can sit on the fender collider. Yeah, it can. Except it also can't. There's a little bit of a complexity going on now. Because once you've got your entire rig sitting on that fender collider, what happens is you can push your joystick and move your entire character along. That's fine. You'll move your camera. But what happens if I then take a step forward in my real world space? So here we are, standing in our room scale center, and now I take a step forward. Well, then we've got a problem, because either that ball stays there and I just move my camera, or, and that can't happen because then we've lost the physics of the ground, we've lost the consistency there, or...
You know, I'm gonna watch this entire thing offline. It's a long one, but it's pogging. It's pogging. I feel catharsis. I think this is going to be lit. It makes funny if someone's chasing you and they trip as well. Yeah. Like, I think it'll be funny. You're like running. Let's say your character's really dexterous, right? So you can like jump further, jump higher, stabilize better. You know, you're like, it's like you're an assassin in Assassin's Creed, right? And you're like weaving through this crowd of people, but like guards are chasing you. And they like can't maneuver as quickly because they're like wearing armor and shit, and they just like bump into someone and they get like spun around and like fall over backwards and all that kind of shit. I think like putting stability as a game mechanic can just introduce like a bunch of funny shit. And obviously once the capsule goes past like, you know, some stability point, then the character ragdolls and has to get back up for them to reset their capsule position. Yeah, I forgot that would happen. Physics is comedy? Yeah, literally. Literally. And yeah, it'll like I was saying in another video, it also, like, you can see that effect that was in the Boneworks video. That, yeah, like when I move on this thing, it moves them in the opposite direction. Or if I had like a crate, it's just like an inherent part of the system because it's all running in physics, you know? Okay, it's probably a bit too big, but... Big or heavy? Don't know. Okay, well... Oh, fucking dog. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Yeah, the only thing I need to, like, figure out is the step-up mechanics. Because, like, something this big would be played with an animation. But for something like this big, you'd want to be able to just fluidly step up on it. And obviously going off things smoothly is, like, necessary. But yeah, I think I'll have to do, like, some little, like, jumpy things. I also don't know if I've got the... Oh, yeah, no, I do have suspension. So the ball is, like, suspended with a spring beneath the capsule. Or they're, like, bound together with a spring. And then the squish of that spring uses an additive animation, which is, like, you know, landing is just an additive now. Or if we're on a platform that suddenly moves upwards really fast. If I just, like, simulate here. If I just, like, move this up and it's like, whoop, whoop, you know? Then it will, like, spring and they'll play the additive, like, you know? Oh, shit. Okay, they're all gonna get fucked. Did that one bunny fighting game do things? I don't think it used a rotating ball. I know it did like a lot of additives. And maybe it had like a center of mass calculation thing. But I think they were still using kinematic movement. But it was just like really good. Like well set up. Would you make the player jump by rapidly extending the spring? Yes. So the spring will, in the lead up to the jump, I can just show the old character. And like, to be fair, the old character movement looks and feels great. It's just when you start interacting with other characters and, you know, props and all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of... Wait, am I dead? Oh, I'm fine. So like, this is using the old character movement stuff, but, you know, with like acceleration, deceleration, and then jumping is like, if you hold spacebar and don't let go, it will do the full charge up, but you can do like a half jump and like a tap jump, you know. But the trade-off is when you do a full jump, you slow down slightly. I haven't got it turned on here, but you would slow down slightly. So it would be a trade-off between vertical and, like, vertical height and speed forwards. But yeah, what I'll do in the physical thing is the charge up will actually just push the spring down. And then when you let go of the spacebar, it will then, you know, yeet it back to where it's supposed to be. And that will be how jumping works. Is there physical animations on this? No.